That was part of my dark past, though.
結構がっつり調べたじゃん。大きな謎が隠されているって言って陰謀だって。
Hey, you idiot.
陰謀？
Don't look at me like that.
お前、2009年って小学6年だろ？そんな時から都市伝説マニアだったのか？
他にも調べたんだよ。くねくねとかアポカリプティックサウンドとか。
Apocalyptic sound, a massive noise of unknown origin that has been heard all over the world. It is unknown where the sound made its first appearance, but starting in the year 2011, videos of the sound were suddenly began appearing on the internet, some of which were recorded in Tokyo. Many of these videos contain a powerful, low-pitched echoing noise, much like two pieces of heavy metal scraping against one another. The name is said to come from a scene in the final book of the New Testament, the book of Revelation, where an angel sounds a trumpet as the world is about to end. Kune Kune, an urban legend that spread via the internet beginning in 2003. Most variations of the story involve people seeing something wriggly, Kune Kune, and later going on to experience strange occurrences. The size and description of the Kune Kune varies, but it's often said to be white in color, and most of the strange occurrences described earlier end very poorly for those who encounter it. The urban legend is said to have originated either from an internet forum or from a manga, with the debate still raging on to this very day.
とにかくだな。これを貼った人間はまだ捕まっていない。
で、小学6年の時にすでにかわいそうだった宮代くんの調査によると。
Oh, what do you mean I was a sad little boy?
そもそも力士シールを生み出した人間が誰かとか、その目的とかっていうのは分かってないんだな。
そうだよ。
じゃあ場合によってはその人間が一連の事件に関与している可能性もある。
可能性はあると思う。
Of course, it was also possible that someone other than their creator was using them. But they had been at all the crime scenes so far. It just felt like they had to be involved.
現状出揃っている力士シールはこれだけだよな。
あ
あ。じゃあ今後の力士シールに関する方針だけど、この壁一面に貼られた力士シールのところに監視カメラを設置しようと思う。
は？
この力士シール気になるんだ。こんなに一度にシールが貼られたことがなかったっていうのもあるんだけど。
I guess I need a picture.
カズキ。カズキ。
She was too busy playing ESO2 to listen.
カズキ。新聞部の動画に使った街中の力士シール切り出してくれるか？
うん。
で？
これが街中に貼ってあった力士シール。さっきの壁一面に貼られた力士シールと見比べてくれ。
I wasn't going to look myself, though. I didn't want to feel sick anymore. When I had realized this in my room yesterday, I had been staring at them so long that I literally felt like I was about to throw up.
いや、だから力士シールだろ。
じゃあこれまでの事件現場のやつとも。
Ito took a careful look at the picture I showed him. So he saw it then.
何どうしたの？
デザインが違う。
Ito kept his eyes locked on the image. Surprised? I'm not a sad little boy after all, am I? Okay, time for a lecture.
力士シールにはいろんなデザインがある。これはシールが発見された当初からそうだったんだ。ヒゲがあるのとか、泣いてるのとか、頭部が異常に膨らんでるのとか、まあとにかくいろいろ。このせいでオリジナルの力士シールっていうのはどれかわからなくなってるんだ。講義で見ればグラフィティに属するこういう行為は模倣犯が大量に発生するからこうなるケースが多いんだけど。
Graffiti, paintings or lettering left on walls or rooftops in the city using spray paint, ink, or other types of paint. Functionally identical to street art, graffiti is said to have been originated in America in the 1970s. And in recent years, the creators of some of the most impressive pieces have been recognized as some of the best avant-garde artists out there. There is an unspoken rule among the street art community stating that when painting over existing graffiti, one must replace it with something better. This rule alone has greatly aided in the development of the art form.
当事者たち以外にはどれが模倣犯の仕業でどれが最初に貼った人間の仕業かはわからない。でも今回の場合、事件現場と壁一面に貼られた力士シールのデザインは完全に一致してるんだ。
じゃあ現場に貼ったやつとこの壁一面に貼ったやつは同一人物？
いや、それはわからない。偶然同じだけかもしれない。街中に貼られていた単独の力士シールの中にも現場と同じデザインの力士シールはあったから。
Ito sighed, disappointed.
なんだよ、それじゃあ。
でも過去に例がないほど大量に貼られれば気になるだろう。もしも同一人物だとしたら次に事件が起こるのがこの場所だっていう可能性もある。
And if we could get a video of it happening, it would be the biggest scoop imaginable.
それはまあな。でもいいのか？
About what?
勝手に街中にカメラ設置してその映像を見るって、要は盗撮だろ。せめて次のニュージェネの日付の10月10日付近まで待った方が明らかに部活の範疇じゃないだろう。
クルスみたいなこと言うなよ。
みたいに言ってんだよ。バレたらどうなるか。俺は嫌だからな、殺されるのは。
もうだからのんちゃんのことを怖がりすぎだってば。ねえ花ちゃん。ほら。
No, she's clearly not listening.
クルスなら大丈夫だろ。なんだか最近ガミガミ言ってこないし。
そうだけどよ。
Don't pussy out on me, man.
チャンスなんだよ。手がかりが力士シールしかなくて、そのシールの中に気になるところがある。最高の結果になれば先頭を打てて犯人の目星がつく。しかも警察より先に。最悪でも無駄骨だったで終わりだろ。
Still, Ito thought for a second about something. Probably Kurusu.
わかったよ。部長はお前だ。
He nodded in resignation. All right.
現状でのボードを使っての情報整理はこんなところか。
おー、このボード初めてこんなに大きく使うね。
Sarika looked at all the papers pasted up on it.
確かにな。今までは別にきちんと整理するまでもないやつばっかりだったからな。
Did I just hear her get upset? Did she just lose a roll for a rare item or get KS'd or something? Kill still, video game terminology. The act of attacking and landing the final blow on a monster or enemy that another player has already been fighting. Since this can reduce the amount of experience or items earned by the original player, it can often lead to conflict. It is widely considered to be bad manners and is often abbreviated as KS. Roll. Literally a roll of the dice. When used in ESO2, it refers to when the party decides who in the group will receive a rare item brought by a monster. This is done by having a computer roll a set of dice for each player, and the player with the highest roll wins. ESO2 also has other options available for determining loot allocation.
ああ、花ちゃんダメだよ。壁へこんじゃうよ。
There was a pretty big dent in it already, actually.
どうした？
Ito was still looking at the board. Was there something I had forgotten to go over?
いや、さっき途中でいろいろ出たわかんないことだけどよ。なんでニュージェネの日付に合わせて事件が起こっているのかとか、なんで現場じゃなくて少し離れたところに力士シールがあるのかとか。
なんか分かったのか？
No, that's not it. Ito shook his head.
こうしてみれば案外そのおかげで俺ら先に進めてんなと思って。ニュージェネの日付は渋谷ニュースの K さんも気づいてたけど、現場の力士シールってまだ俺らしか気がついてないだろ。こんなこと前にあったか？
That's true. Yeah.
チャンスってことだろ。
確かにそう思わないとそんな状況かもな。
Ito smiled as if he had gotten over his doubts.
でどうするカメラ。ブノはさすがにまずいからお前のでいいか？
ああ、前に自宅の防犯用に買って余っちゃった人感式のやつを持ってきてるから。それで仮に一旦10月10日まで撮影するとしてもバッテリーは持つ。
よし、じゃあ早速今から行くか。
あ、それなんだけど。
ん？
お前一人で行ってきてくれないか？
は？お前は？
有村さんにもう一度話を聞きに行く。昨日は力士シールと動画のアップでバタバタしてて無理だったから。
Ito looked surprised, then fell silent for a moment.
いや、 そりゃ確かにあの子には聞きたいことはたくさんあるけどよ。でも先週生徒会室で会った時になんつうか有無を言わさぬ感じっつうか得体が知れないっつうか怖くなかったかあの子。
I could tell what Ito was trying to say. Mira Hinae had been a cheerful girl, at least when she was talking to Kurusu. But the second I had brought up the Love Hotel incident,
あなただったんですか？部屋に入ったっていううちの生徒は。
everything about her changed. Her voice was flat and emotionless, telling me nothing about what she was really thinking. And
あなた殺されますよ、宮代拓先輩。
お前あの時なんか言われたんだろあの子に。それがなんか関係あんのか？
いや、別に言われてないよ。
Ito's thoughts, on the other hand, were extremely easy to follow. He didn't believe a word I said.
まあいいさ。とにかくあの現場にいたのはお前たちなんだからな。
He must have come up with some probable answer that satisfied him.
でもお前一人で聞きに行けんのか？絶対挙取るだろ。
ああ、私もタクと行くよ。タク、まだ有村さんに慣れてないでしょ？
Shut up. I would just get a little nervous.
なんだよ。
いや、しかしお前ら四六時中一緒にいるよな。
別に四六時中ってわけじゃないだろ。
Just she and I.
お？
She and I had been friends for our whole lives.
へえ。
What are you trying to say?
それこそ挙取った流れで否定しないのがお前ららしいなと思っただけだ。お前本当にリア充じゃないわ。
Well, what did you say?
んじゃあお前と尾上は有村さん担当な。
オッケー。
おい、ちょっと待て。僕は。
で、俺と和樹。
なんかいきなりやってきた敵キャラの群れにやられちゃったんだって。
An MPK, maybe. MPK, short for Monster Player Kill. The act of luring a monster to another player and causing the monster to attack and kill them. This is considered to be extremely bad manners. No, wait a second.
どのみち、和樹は部室から出てまで部活動するやつじゃないだろう。
じゃあ俺がカメラ担当で。
オッケー。
行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。
Ito silently took the bag with the camera in it from me and said,
せちがれ
With those mysterious words, he disappeared into the hallway.
しんちゃんどうしたの？
わからん。
The sumo stickers save the world from destruction. The phrase sumo sticker has always seemed strange to me. The face may look like a sumo wrestler, but it's not actually. It's a fat man. No, we don't even know if it's a man. It could be a woman. One need only look at the hairstyle to find proof of this. The hair is parted, not brushed back, which means it's being tied into a top knot. Of course, there are some real sumo wrestlers who don't have enough hair to form a top knot, but they all brush their hair back. No sumo wrestler has ever stood in the ring with parted hair. So what does that hair mean? Is it just some guy with parted hair? No, the hair in fact represents a temple. And in a temple, of course, you find a god. The sticker has 3 eyes. 2 overlapping faces should, of course, produce 4 eyes, which means that the number 3 is significant. The 3rd eye is the eye of the mind. Since ancient times, the 3rd eye has been used as a motive in conspiracy theories and urban legends. The eye that sees truth. The Shinrigan, the Anja chakra, the eye of the pyramids. All these things are represented as having power beyond human understanding. In other words, the 3rd eye is God himself. The eye of the pyramid, be it that symbol of the Freemasons, is also known as the all-seeing eye of God, or the eye of the Egyptian deity Horus. In other words, the eye, God, sits beneath the hair, his temple. Do you remember in 2012 when the world was supposed to end during the Mayan apocalypse? Researchers have already proved the original date given for the Mayan apocalypse was incorrect. The correct date was September 3rd, 2015. This date brings us to Egyptian mythology. According to a legend recorded on a fresco in the Temple of Isis, the world will sink underwater in September of 2015. And the goddess Isis is the mother of the sun god Horus. Do you understand now? The sumo stickers represent God. But then why are they only appearing in Shibuya? Because the grace of God wanted to protect Shibuya from the apocalypse. If you're a frequent reader of this blog, you'll already have guessed what I'm about to say. Last month, in September 2015, the world was threatened by a great danger, greater danger than any had ever faced before. A massive solar storm caused electronics to crash all over the world, but especially in North America and Europe. A full month has passed, but only half of the damage has been fixed. So why did Japan, the world's 3rd largest economy, and in particular Shibuya, one of its biggest cities, survive almost unscathed? Yes, because the eyes of God, the 3rd eyes, opened and created a powerful barrier. This is the truth, and this is the message to all the people of Shibuya. I want you to understand this. The faces on the sumo stickers do not belong to a sumo wrestler. They are a symbol of God. They are God. You must not take them down. That would be blasphemy. This is already too long, so I'll go into details in my next entries. Profile Honda. Are there any other 40-ish Chanko lovers like me who watch sumo? No? Today's ringside conversation, that Ozeki's cool, or I want that Yokozuna, well, that's normal. Meanwhile, I look at the stickers in the desert of the sumo wrestlers and say, It's a sumo wrestler. That's a compliment. Favorite music, the one the drums play before it starts. Who I respect, Edmund Tanaka, no headbutts. Solar Storm, sumo stickers discovered so far, a second type. Comments. Interesting. An interesting perspective. By the way, my name's Maya. How's that for seeing synchronicity? I've totally seen the sumo stickers too. It's totally a sumo wrestler. This is some creepy shit. Do you know how many people in the world actually believed in the Egyptian counter apocalypse?
Said, "Good afternoon."
Hello, Mora. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. It's just something they came up with to explain why the Mayan apocalypse never happened. There are other supposed dates for the apocalypse after 2015 anyway. After 2015 is 2017, then 2020, then 2030. Go through some more old myths and legends from around the world, and I'm sure you could find more. Conspiracy theories are just a way for the power structure to control the masses. A lot depends on whether you assume God saved Shibuya, or whether he drove the rest of the world to the brink of destruction. Is it possible that Shibuya was already purified 6 years ago, and that's why it was allowed to survive? How many Japanese have a real understanding of what God actually is? Do you know how many people died in the earthquake 6 years ago? This is inappropriate. Please delete this entry immediately. If the sumo stickers don't actually depict a sumo wrestler, we should look at who first started calling them that. We all use the same term to describe them, which means that someone must have been the first one to come up with it. Perhaps someone gave them that name for a reason. Maybe they wanted to blind us to the fact that the stickers were God by making us think they were sumo wrestlers. I sense the presence of someone who doesn't want to admit the existence of God, or perhaps who wants to hide it. Over the past few years, unneeded people have been pulled from Shibuya. That's what I think. Life is a balance between fun and sorrow. If it all evens out to zero, then it's not a bad life. But for most people, it's a net negative. Coming out to zero is the best we can hope for. So what is death then? Beyond a thing that no man can avoid. It's not a minus. Of course, it's not a plus either. It evens out to zero. It evens out to nothing at all. The unneeded are called because they are unneeded. You could say that they were chosen because they were unneeded. The first great coin was the earthquake 6 years ago. The new generation incidents were what foretold it. Shibuya now is just like it was 6 years ago. God will come once again to pull the unneeded. If the sumo stickers are God, then the city will soon be covered in them once more. That doesn't explain why the 1999 Nostradamus prophecy, the 2012 Mayan apocalypse, and the 2015 Egyptian apocalypse were also heavily reported on by the media.
あれ、尾上さんじゃん。だったの？有村？
ひなえなら学校のどっかだと思うよ。うちらのクラス校内の飾り付け担当だから。
学食じゃない？アッコが引っ張っていったし。
おお、尾上さん。飯？有村？
さっきまでいたけど、あかりの班手伝うって。
あ、尾上っち、プロレスやってく？
ひなえ？はるかんとこじゃないの？
もう行くんか？尾上もやってこうぜ、プロレス。
捕まらないね。 有村さん友達多いのかな。お、どうしたの？
Thank you very much for the follow, Super Turtle. That sounds like an absolutely fantastic username. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic and super turtle existence.
Arielius Sek
いや
said,
お前
Hey, a carrot
も
carrot.
しかして意外に
Hello,
モテるのか
Ariel. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are also having a fantastic existence. Thank you very much for the head pat, friend. A little bit low there, get a little bit better situated. Because my camera is constantly moving, so it's never properly situated, is it?
Nande?
Oh wait, why? Everybody in the second year class seemed to know who you were.
Arielius Sek said, Remember me?
Honestly, I'm sorry, but no. I'm not the best at remembering things sometimes, though. I'm sorry.
そうなの？
Sarika made a face like she would only just realized it now.
Huh?
Well, I never thought of her as particularly unpopular. Even though we weren't always together, we were together often enough that I was too close to get a sense of
Arielius
something like that.
said, I'm also on your Discord.
Oh, well, thank you for coming to the Discord. It's not a whole lot. Wait, I think a long time ago, Kurusu once told her, act a little more like a girl. You're wasting your potential.
タク？
なんでもない。というか尾上、お前本当に有村さんのこと知らなかったのか？
お？
よくわからないけど、結構ネットワークが広そうな子じゃないか。違うクラスとはいえ、女子のグループとかでは繋がってても良さそうなもんだけど。
Girls at a high school had to be better connected than anybody else around, right?
さあ、私クラスのグループとかそういうのあまり意識したことないから。
That makes sense.
もう少し女の子らしく振る舞いなさい。
何それ？それマジで？
I suddenly heard a voice I remembered.
今の
I looked next to me and saw that Sarika was clinging to the window glass and
Arielius
looking
Sek
down.
said, You blocked me on Discord.
I did? I did? I looked down and saw someone I knew walking with a group of girls toward the school gate.
急ごう。
Arielius Sek said, But why?
I don't know.
いや
I
違う
don't
違う。
remember.
告白までは言っ
That's
て
the
ないって言って
problem
た
with。being a slow turtle sometimes, isn't it?
でもあいあい傘でしょ。雨降る夜の渋谷でしょ。アッコの性格ならというかアッコの思い度合いなら告白までは行くよ。
やっぱそう思う？
ロールキャベツ系女子だもん。
Cabbage roll girl, a Japanese term for a girl who may seem shy at first glance, but can become extremely forceful when it comes to getting what she
Arielius
wants and
Sek
love.
said, I send you my artwork and then
The
we
name
talk little
comes
bit
from the
and you
Japanese
blocked me
cabbage roll,
DKY.
which is spiced meat wrapped in cooked cabbage. cabbage. It is said that the peaceful cabbage on the outside hides a vicious carnivore that lurks within.
嘘、アッコってロールキャベツなの？
I like that. I like that metaphor. They look all soft and like a herbivore on the outside, but they're actually carnivore on the inside. I like that metaphor.
買い出しかな？
Arimura-san was walking through the yard with two people who looked like they were her friends. Just like Sarika said, she wasn't helping with the decorations in the yard. She was heading straight for the gate.
話しかける？
いや、ちょっと待って。
I needed to get ready. What should I ask? What happened to the hotel, of course. And what did she mean about what she told me?
はるかはどうなの？磯崎くん。あれ？言ってなかったっけ？はるか今、白井くんと仲いいんだよ。うっそー！お姉さんは聞いてませんよ。何つながり？いや、そこまでじゃないって。で、何つながり？ツイポ。白井くんがハマった壁宝ボットのネタ画像。私がリツったのがきっかけで。はるかもロールキャベツだったか。ぬかった。いや、別に狙ったとかじゃないって。偶然。タク、行っちゃうよ。
I know, but...
なんだこのギャップ。
私は嬉しい。なんか幸せ。
She was nothing like the girl I had seen in the hotel room, or even in the student council room. She was just a normal teenage girl. And, if you asked me, one of the worthless ones who loved to talk about things that didn't matter. Suddenly, Arimura-san stopped.
あの人。
タク、あの人。
Yeah, I knew him. That was the detective who had visited the interrogation room during our questioning.
ごめん、休養ができてしまった。買い出し任せていい？
Arimura-san suddenly bowed to the other two. They seemed about to say something, but they must have seen the detective and thought better of it.
後で連絡する。
They left.
少し非常識じゃないですか。
Her voice sounded different, like someone had flipped a switch somewhere inside her.
悪いが、こちらも動ける時間をなんとかひねり出してる状態だ。刑事だとは名乗っていないから勘弁してもらいたい。
刑事うんぬんじゃなくて。
君はあくまで条件付きの釈放。分かってるね。
近くの喫茶店でいいですか？あまり知られてない穴場があるんで。
said. Do you say anything? Sorry, I can't listen. BC, my net is not stable.
The two of them started to walk off.
刑事さんとデートかな。
そんなわけないだろ。事件についての話に決まってる。
As I stood there and thought, Sarika brought her face right up to mine. It was too close, and if the other students saw, they would get suspicious, and she smelled good, so I wanted her to stop.
どうするのタク。
僕たちもぜひ話聞きたいよな。
I pushed her face back just a little and looked toward the direction they had gone off in.
じゃあ行く？
ああ、近くの喫茶店かっていうと。
Even after being damaged by the earthquake, Shibuya was still a mecca for fashion and culture. There were a number of cafes, even just around Hekiho Academy.
あんまり知られてない穴場って言ってたよね。となると、やっぱりカフェラックスかな。
Yeah, that would make sense. The newspaper club went there so often because it was close to the school, but students rarely visited it.
尾上にしては冴えてるな。
褒められた。
いや、そんなに褒めてないからな。
We nodded at each other as we went through the gate.
よし、行くぞ。
オッケー。お主たちか。いつもの席は今さっき埋まって。
I tried to motion to the waitress to get her to understand. Sarika and I finally succeeded in getting our point across.
わけありか。よかろう、こちらへ来い。
With a perceptiveness that belied her ridiculous appearance, she led us to a seat near the entrance, far from our usual spot. If we put up a newspaper, maybe they couldn't spot us. We sat down and spread out a newspaper to hide our faces. I ordered myself my usual Mountain View, and Sarika her grapefruit juice. Sarika drew her shoulders in to make herself harder to spot.
聞こえる？
I peeked out a little over the newspaper and motioned for her to be quiet, then listened.
ここは壁法の人たちにとって穴場なのかい？
だと思います。
Good. It was a little hard to hear, but I could make it out. I was still amazed to find out that anyone from Hekiho but us knew about this place.
それで、何なんですか？取り調べにはちゃんと通ってるじゃないですか。
さっき初めて見たが、君は壁法では随分と表情が違うんだな。
Arimura-san frowned a little.
取り調べに対しては黙秘こそしていないものの、徹底して平坦な調子を貫いているそうだが。
By interrogations, he must mean they were asking her about what she was doing at the Love Hotel. What was that? A file?
2年3組有村ひなえ16歳。2014年 壁氷学園に入学。文芸部部長。友達が多く、明るく社交的な性格の持ち主。成績は中の中。補導歴や学園側に反発するなどの問題行動を取った記録はなし。学園側から提出された君の資料だ。これに、こちら側で調べた簡単な君のプロフィール以外、事件に関しては何も分かっていない。何も覚えていませんの一点張りではな。
The detective leaned back in his chair. I couldn't see his expression from here, but I could guess that he was frowning.
少しは壁砲にいる時のように社交的に振る舞えないか？我々警察は全力をもって事件の解決に。
嘘です。
Her words were sharp. Ari Mira-san was glaring at the detective as if she found his presence extremely unpleasant.
そうだったな。すまない。
The detective bowed his head just a little. I couldn't see his expression.
なんだ？
自分とその協力者は全力をもって事件の解決に当たっている。少なくとも敵対する立場にはいないだろう。
Ari Mira-san fell silent for a moment, as if considering his words. What were they talking about?
別に取り調べに対して非協力的な態度を取るつもりはありません。ただ答えようがないだけです。事件前後の記憶がないのは本当のことなんですから。
ではそれ以外のことに関してこちらに言えることはないか？例えば殺された柿田博則との関係については。
My heart started beating faster.
タク？
The murder victim. The police had declared the Luck Hotel incident revolving dead a suicide. I leaned forward even more. I couldn't afford to miss a word of this.
こちらっていうのは新庄さんとあの人たちってことですよね。
ああ、警察は関係ない。
Ari Mura-san thought for a second.
柿田さんとは協力関係でした。
協力というとあの件についての？
もちろんそうです。時折匿名性のある場所で落ち合って情報交換をしていました。
どうやって知り合った？どうした？
兄の友人だったので。
ん？確か君のお兄さんは地震で。
やめてください。兄や私の家のことについては関係ありません。
Ari Mura-san's voice sounded genuinely pained. The detective fell silent for a moment, allowing her words to echo through the room.
あ、わかった。はい、新庄。ああ、わかった。10分ほどで戻る。進めておいてくれ。
The detective stood up. I quickly scrunched my shoulders together and leaned close to the newspaper. The detective knew our faces. I couldn't let him see me.
そうだ。その前に、これに見覚えはないか？
The detective took out something like a file. And Ari Murasan jerked backward and looked away, frowning.
おい、どうした？
知ってますよ。でも嫌いなんです、そのシール。
Did she say sticker?
それがどうかしたんですか？
She was still looking away as she spat out the words.
ホテルの事件現場を撮影した動画がネットに上げられた件は知っているだろう。あれはどうやら渋谷の野良無線 LAN からアップロードされていたようで、まだ犯人が特定できていないんだが、その動画を撮影したカメラがあったと思われる場所にこれが貼ってあったんだ。何か知っていることはないか？
別に気味の悪いシールっていうだけです。街のあちこちに貼ってあるじゃないですか。早くしまってください。
Ari Mura-san refused to look at it. The detective put it away.
だろうな。こんなもの事件と関係あるはずがない。
This time, he turned to leave for real.
今後はなるべく署の取り調べに対しても協力的な姿勢を見せてくれ。
だから話せることがありません。
話さなくていい。だが条件付きの釈放を面白く思っていないお偉方もいる。しがらみってやつだ。へきょうであれだけ元気な君なら簡単なことだろ。
Ari Mura-san sighed a very exaggerated sigh.
はあ、言っておきますけど、今時女子高生が女子高生をやるのもかなり大変なんですよ。
Crap. Good. They didn't spot us.
ところで君の同類は今のところ他にいないんだな。
もちです。また来るがよい。
ビビった。
タク、有村さんが出る前に出た方がよくない？
そうだな。
Things could get complicated if she caught me listening in. I paid for our drinks and headed for the exit.
また来るがよい。
Just as I was able to leave.
どうなろうが知ったことじゃない。
Ari Mura-san was all the way in the back, but I could hear her voice clearly. October 6th, 2015, Tuesday, 9 p.m. in front of Shibuya Station. The place was as crowded and noisy as ever. The footsteps of people rushing to the station to get home after work. The voices of people talking into their phones about where to meet for drinks. The screams of joy as old friends were reunited. It all blended together, and it all had an effect on anyone who passed through it, even for a moment. 6 years after the Shibuya earthquake, the city had been rebuilt to the point where there was nothing left to remind you of it. Everything was up and running again. Until a few years ago, many people would stop and stare and wonder at how everything was new, but not anymore. The slogan of the restoration efforts, Shibuya, a city reborn, had such an effect on people that the past was beginning to be forgotten. At least for people who worked in Shibuya during the earthquake. Just a 1 minute walk away from the station was the Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. Kurusu made sure to always visit once a week. She would put a flower down by the name of her best friend from elementary school and pray silently. It was only a short distance from the heart of the city, but the noise and commotion didn't reach this place. This place was somberly constructed and pure, as if it wanted to be separated from all that. Today was October 6th. The earthquake was on November 6th, so this was the same day of the month. Maybe that's why there were so many flowers. Some of them were lying scattered on the ground. There was no one around. Sometimes people would come at around 10:30 when the earthquake struck, but other than that, this place was mostly empty at night. Kurusu went around the area, grabbing up all the scattered flowers she could see and putting them on a nearby dais. She had done it many times before. It was all part of her routine.
どうすればいいかな。
Kurusu was thinking about what had happened a few days before, and about her younger brother, Miyashiro.
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
She had heard it clearly. Arimura Hinae had said those words to Miyashiro.
タクルが。
No, that was impossible. There was no way her brother was about to get caught up in something just because of what he had learned. A sudden wind blew the flowers out of her hand. They scattered away from her. All she could do was watch. For a moment, she tried to reach out and grab them, but her hand clawed uselessly at the air. Before the feelings overwhelmed her, she turned toward the place where her friend's name was carved.
ね
She rubbed it gently. The familiar sensation came to her through her fingers.
え、どうすればいいかな。
But the name, Mina Misawa Senri, just echoed the question back to her.
いいんじゃないか。珍しくいいアングルだ。
お前な、言っとくけどかなりめんどくさかったんだぞこれ。
どっかにくくりつけたのか？
なんか壁にくっついてる鉄パイプみたいなやつにな。
違う、それきっと雨どいだ。屋根に溜まった雨水を。
どうでもいい。くくりつけるのに使ったバンドやらは自腹切ったんだからな。明日払えよ。
設置する場所はそっちが勝手に。
言い出しっぺはそっちだろ、宮代部長。言っとくけど、データの回収はみんなで持ち回りだからな。
分かってるよ。
てか、それもいちいち面倒なんだよな。中継式のは手に入らなかったのか？
高いんだよ。
And if we tried to do wireless from there all the way to Hekiho or this place, that would be a huge pain.
で、そっちは？ 有村さんだよ。会えたのか？
I guess it depends on how you look at it.
明日話すよ。結構面白い情報が手に入ったから。
なんだよ、今言えよ。
そろそろ渋谷ニュースの放送が始まるんだよ。
え？今日放送あるのか？
You should have been more careful.
ちゃんと全部チェックしとけよ。今日の更新文の最後に書いてあったぞ、伊藤部員。
やかましい！
He hung up on me angrily. I put the phone down and checked the time. About 5 more minutes. I opened Shibuya News and waited for the broadcast to start. After that, Ari Mira-san had waited about an hour before she had come out of Cafe Lax. I thought about pretending to run into her, but I didn't want to go up to her too fast and have her find out I was listening. As I waited for the right moment, she got in a taxi and left. She was probably heading to the Shibuya police station for an interrogation. This was amazing. I wasn't able to talk to Ari Mira-san, but I knew I had managed to get much more important information. There was a lot about their conversation I didn't understand, but I was right about one thing. The police were treating the incidents, or at least revolving dead, as murders.
いや、警察はじゃないのかもしれない。
That detective, Shinjo-san, was it? He seemed to be acting separately from the rest of the police force, and he had some kind of secret about it that he shared with Ari Mira-san. But more importantly than that, and more importantly than anything,
会話に出てきたシールっていうのは歴史シールのことだ。
from what he had been saying, I was sure of it, and while he knew about the sumo stickers, he didn't seem to realize their importance. Maybe he hadn't realized that they were at the other 2 crime scenes. Good. I really was one step ahead of the police.
やっぱりこれはまたとないチャンスなんだ。
If I kept it up, I might be able to learn more about the case than anyone else. More than the ignorant kids getting ready for the festival. More than the people who had to cling to the internet for information. More than even the police. More than Kawahara-kun, that jerk who called me a pretend reporter, and more than the rest of the class who called me a camera kid.
情弱を全員見返してやれ。
はい。2015年10月7日0時になりました。皆様、ようこそいらっしゃいませ。K さんと申します。
Shibuya News' net radio started just like it had said it would. Kay's voice was as pleasant and clear as ever. The last broadcast was after the Love Hotel incident, so it would have been September 30th. It had been about a week.
まとわりつく暑さはもうなくなりましたね。発表されている通りなら、しばらくは過ごしやすい気温になると思いますが、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。
As I listened to her voice read out all the latest information from Shibuya, I grabbed a magazine off a cabinet shelf. It was a back issue of Cool Cat Press that I had bought, or rather been forced to buy from Jin-san. Just like with K-san's broadcast, it had been a while since I had spent any time with this. I flipped through the pages looking for an interesting article. It was still mostly junk. 10 ways to make your ideal girl like you. How to tell your ideal girl you like her. What to say to your ideal girl to get her into your bed, etc. There were a lot of articles that were of no interest to me whatsoever. Nope, none at all. As I carefully read through these articles, which did not interest me at all, I found a small section in the back that was something a little different. Rorschach, I always have trouble saying that name. Rorschach will reveal her naked heart. How to know exactly what she's thinking. The article consisted of strange symmetrical drawings in black ink, along with commentary from a psychoanalyst about what each said about your personality. Or at least it was someone who claimed to be a psychoanalyst. And at the very end, there were even diagrams on how to use these pictures to see how popular you were, or how compatible you were with a certain girl.
もう何でもありだな、この本。
I whispered to myself. The Rorschach test was a famous personality test. Rorschach test, a famous type of projective personality test invented by a Swiss psychiatrist. A projective test is a test which gives a subject stimuli that can be interpreted in multiple ways and uses their response to learn more about who they are or what they are thinking. In the Rorschach test, ink is dripped onto a piece of paper, which is then folded in half and unfolded in order to create a symmetrical image. This image is then shown to the test subject, and the response is recorded. Rorschach images always come in a set of 10 cards, and the use of these sets requires a great deal of knowledge and skill. Much research has been done on the use of Rorschach cards since their invention, and their use continues to this day. The test involved pouring black and red ink down a folded card and spreading it out to create a strange symmetrical shape. Different people would see the shape as a dog's head, or a man and woman kissing, and what you saw told you about your personality. But the idea of using it to determine your popularity or your compatibility with a certain girl was just so stupid I had to laugh.
この図形は羊か？何々？これが羊などの毛に覆われた動物に見えたあなたは、本心を隠そうという意識が強く、女の子には何を考えているかわからない人ととても警戒されています。そんなあなたのモテ度は20点です。なんだと
I snapped back to my senses. That was close. I almost did the whole test. I tossed the magazine on my desk. And then, as if she had been waiting for me to finish, Kay San's voice became a little more serious.
さて、このように今日も渋谷ではいろんなニュースがありましたが、そろそろ本題に入りましょう。今日放送の機会を設けさせていただいたのは、ある一つの記事を皆さんに紹介したいと思ったからです。
The point. What article was she talking about? I listened intently to Kay San's words.
内容はこの放送やサイトでも頻繁に取り上げさせていただいている事件に関してのもの。そう、今渋谷で起こっている連続猟奇事件です。6年前の渋谷で連続して起こったニュージェネレーションの狂気という事件の日付と、今回の連続猟奇事件の日付が一致していることは以前に述べましたが、この動画はそれ以外の共通点を指摘してくださっています。
What? Did someone other than us notice?
このアドレスです。
I clicked the link she posted immediately after I saw it. It was a URL for a Nikuniya video. The few seconds it took to load felt like an eternity.
来た。
I saw the thumbnail for the video and quickly turned away. I immediately grabbed my phone.
尾上、渋谷ニュース聞いてるか？早く見てみろ。僕らの動画が特集されてる。
October 7th, 2015, Wednesday. Sakura Gaokacho, Shibuya. Frisia Credit Bureau.
それでは今回はこの辺りで。お付き合いいただきありがとうございます。わずかな時間のお相手は私 K さんでした。時刻は間もなく2015年10月7日0時22分。悔いのない一日が始められることを祈っています。
Kuno Sato gave her usual sign-off and ended the broadcast. She stretched expansively, her shoulders cracking as the stretch passed through her entire body. She knew that acting like a proper lady was the way to get those listeners for those guerrilla radio broadcasts, but it still felt like she was taking things too far. After almost 800 times, she was used to it, but she had never finished a broadcast without feeling exhausted.
なんだ。
いや。
お疲れ様みおちゃん。コーヒーは？
もらいます。
Shinjo watched, stunned, as Mio leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and accepted a coffee from Omose.
昼間の有村といい、最近の若い女の子はどうなってるんだ？
She sure didn't look like a girl who had been speaking into a computer microphone with a pleasant voice just a moment ago. He knew this was what she was really like, but...
Huh?
Her eyes met with his.
あ、何をしていたんだ？今のは。
情報の発信だ。他に何がある？
That made no sense. Broadcasting information.
まあ、新庄ちゃんがわからないのも無理はないけどね。
Momose glanced over at Kuno Sato.
みおちゃんはうちの大切な情報屋なの。本業は研究者だけど。
はあ？その年でですか？
そう。アメリカの研究所に飛び級で招かれた天才。
私は秀才型です。天才ってやつはこんなもんじゃない。
それよく電話で話してるあなたがお世話になった子のこと？
Kuno Sato nodded and started to massage her tired shoulders. He had had no idea. He had thought she was pretty grown up for a 17-year-old, but...
何の研究を？
私のプロフィールが事件と関係あるのか？
あ、いや、そうじゃないが。
ここよ。
Momose pointed at Shinjo's head.
頭？
脳みそ。量子脳論特別研究員。
Quantum brain dynamics, the name given to a scientific field that attempts to explain brain activity, particularly human consciousness, from a quantum mechanical perspective.
なぜ壁宝学園に？
渋谷にある壁宝はいろいろとカオスチャイルド症候群を研究するのにちょうどいいからよ。ね。
本題に入りませんか？
Without waiting for Shinjo or Momose to agree, she continued.
有村は力士シールについて何か言っていたか？
俺にはタメ口なんだよな。
He sighed to himself.
おい、
いや、何を気にしているか知らないが、気味悪がっていただけだ。
確かか？
何をそんなに気にしている？そういえば、さっきもシールについて何か言っていたな。
He thought back to how different Kunosato's voice was when she was on the radio.
あれは何をしていたんだ？
だから情報の発信だと言っただろ。
ちゃんと説明してあげたら？これから新庄ちゃんとは解決まで協力することになるんだし。
Kunosato didn't bother to hide her displeasure at Momose's interruption.
ギブアンドテイクでしょ。
もらえるものがあればいいんですがね。
That was enough to piss Shinjo off.
お前な、少しは年長者に対する敬意を。
今年発表された主要メディアの利用率を知っているか？
は？
ネットの利用者は全体で7割、10代では8割、20代30代では9割が利用していて、いずれもテレビよりも利用率が高い。都市部に限定すればもっと上がる。10代20代で新聞を日常的に利用しているやつは1割もいない。去年も一昨年もそう変わらん。中学生へのスマホの普及率は半分以上、高校生以上になると9割5分。スマホを持っていることはネットを利用していることと同義だ。
待て、何の話だ？
普段手に入れる情報をネットだけに依存している人間がどれだけいると思う
？Kunosato suddenly stood up and brought over the laptop she had been using to stream. She opened something on the screen for Shinjo to see. It was the homepage of a major newspaper, dated yesterday. There was an article about a Shibuya resident suing SafeWorks for invasion of privacy.
これは私が起こした。
ん？
監視社会の問題を考える団体の一人がツイポの中毒者でな。同様の思想を持つアカウントとホームページを別々の人間としてでっち上げ、過去にあった効果的な判例に誘導し、複数人からあなたは被害者だと言われているように思わせた。踏ん切りがつかなかったようだから、週末に更新側が取った無礼な態度を録音させ、それをネタに炎上させた。その結果が
Was this, she said as she tapped the laptop.
まさか。
ネットに依存しているやつが一番食いつく情報は、自分にとって都合がいいネット以外のメディアの情報だ。かけてもいいが、こいつは提訴に関して私が紹介した書籍以外は一行も読んでないぞ。
Not that I've ever seen her face, Kunosato continued. The way she spoke alone was enough to make Shinjo believe she was telling the truth.
なんでそんなことを？
百瀬さんから
更新がきな臭いことは聞いているだろう。私も同じ考えだ。なるべくイメージを落としておきたい。そして私が今欲しいのは力士シールに関する情報だ。
The screen was indeed showing a picture of the sumo sticker. And then
碧峰学園新聞部
Shinjo's gaze landed on a phrase in the video's introduction. Was that where those kids who snuck into the Love Hotel went?
首を突っ込むなと注意しておいたのに。
His tone was irritated as he remembered the faces of the boy and the girl. Kuno Sato, however, seemed to find it rather entertaining.
なかなかに気のつく連中だ。利用できるときに利用しておく。今からそうだな、12時間もすればこの動画に力士シールに関しての情報が殺到する。
え？
さっきの放送での情報発信はそのための仕込みの一つだ。
After what she had just told him about her dealings with SafeWorks, he couldn't help but believe her.
ん？何しんちょちゃん？
いえ。
He realized that he must have been looking at Momose for an answer. Just who was this girl?
あ、ダメよしんちょちゃん。みおちゃんに手出したら。
何言ってるんですか?
He felt his cheeks turn red at this entirely unexpected response.
違います。これは図星とかではなく。
わかってるわよ。まだまだね。
有村は他に同類を見つけていないんだな。
Kuno Sato interrupted.
ああ、そう言っていた。
であれば次に狙われる可能性があると分かっているのは有村だけになる。何の目的かは知らないが、おそらく10月10日に。
あ
あ。October 10th, the date of the vampire incident 6 years ago.
いざとなったらおとりに使ってしまえばいい。狙われるかどうかは分からんがな。
そんなことできるわけないだろう。
Shinjo slammed his fist down on the desk and glared at Kuno Sato. That was going too far, even for him. But instead of getting scared, Kuno Sato glared back at him with an expression he had never seen before. Her face was cold and dangerous, like the blade of a knife. She looked more like one of the people he had arrested than anyone he had saved.
お前は事件の解決に協力してくれるんだろう。言っておくが、いざという時の指示には従ってもらうぞ。
こちらも言っておくがな。
Kuno Sato put her hands on the desk and drew closer to him.
私がまず殺したいのは今回の事件の犯人で、その次は有村をはじめとするそいつらだ。
めんどくさいな。
だな。
Ito whispered as he turned the camera around the room, and I wholeheartedly agreed. We were in our classroom after school. The culture festival was just 3 days away, and from this afternoon until the day of the event, classes were canceled to allow more time for the preparations. The rest of the class must have been getting excited because they were making even more noise than usual as they started moving around desks and furniture. Since this marked the start of real preparations for the cultural festival, the newspaper club needed to go around and take more footage of the rest of the school. We had been on our feet all afternoon. I didn't have time for this right now.
鬱陶しいな。
だな。
Ito whispered as he saw the group glancing at us from the corner of the classroom.
え、マジ？必死すぎじゃん。
つーか何？ニコニヤにアップなんかしてんの？あいつら。
パクるとかどんだけだよ。
クリじゃない。
Damn those wrong-siders. Didn't they look at the timestamp?
てか、みんな思った以上にニコニヤ見てんだな。
うちのクラスの出し物、ゲロカエルン喫茶だろ。
ん？ああ。
ゲロカエルンの再ブームの火付けになった動画、例の記者の渡部が特集したのがきっかけなんだよ。
So a lot of them knew who Watabe was.
それでかよ。
Ito sighed again. He was probably getting sick of the glances and whispers he had been getting since lunchtime. So was I.
宮代。なんですか？
The look on Kawahara-kun's face said, I have better things to do than waste time with you right now.
文化祭の記録映像、どのくらい進んでる？
So that's all he wanted to talk about.
ですねえ、その
How am I supposed to answer that? We're just recording video, so there's really no clear point when it'll be finished. And please stop looking at me like that.
なんだよ。どのくらいだ？
アップしたでしょ。すぐに削除しなさい。
Had she been checking our page?
事件を追うのもやめなさい。ラブホテルの一件で懲りたでしょ。
確かに警察には連れて行かれたけど、別に
取り返しのつかないことになる可能性だってあるの。
There was something different about the way she talked. Her whole personality was different than usual. It wasn't as forceful. She was lecturing me, but instead of looking me in the eye, she was cradling her arm. It was as if she was speaking to herself, not to me. For the first time since I had left the orphanage, I thought I might be able to win an argument with her.
危ないことはしてない。新しくアップした動画だって普通の取材の範囲だったろ。今あの動画はいろいろあって注目されてる。僕はそれに書き込むことしかできない他の連中とは違う。
またそんなことを。子供じゃないんだから。
部室に行く。教室に戻るんなら伊藤に先に行ってるって伝えておいて。
I turned around without waiting for her answer. When I had gotten a good distance away, she said,
タクル、あなたも他の人と違わない。ただの高校生でしょ。
Her voice wasn't as strong as usual, but there was no trace of anything like kindness in it either. I didn't stop walking. A minute later, Ito ran up to me and we walked to the club room together. Ito asked me if something had happened, but I told him that wasn't the case.
あ、やっと来た。二人とも遅いよ。
悪い。どうなってる？
さっきもう10万超えちゃったよ。コメントは5000超
え。マジで
Ito raced over to the PC that Sarika was looking at.
マジじゃねえか。おい、見えしろ。
落ち着けよ。10万くらいどうってことないじゃないか。
震えてんじゃねえか。
Shut up. Yesterday, the video had only 5 views, but now it had over 100,000. Actually, it was getting close to 110,000. The cause was obvious. It was the Nico Nia news video that had been updated this morning.
渡部の記事のコメントは
さっき見た感じじゃ炎上してる雰囲気だったけど。
Sarika opened the page.
うん、やっぱり今もだね。
One out of every 3 or 4 comments on the article was criticizing it. I took a quick look at them.
気取り屋がほとんどだな。ツイートと連動してるから、ろくに中身を確かめずに書き込んでる連中が湧いてるのか。
Fakers, a term repurposed by Miyashiro, refers to someone who brags about knowing information easily available with a simple internet search, who writes comments with inaccurate information and pretends to be a right-sider. In Miyashiro's mind, their words are no different than meaningless scribbles, and he considers all fakers to be wrong-siders. It was this morning when we realized that something was going on with the view count on the video we uploaded. After Shibuya News had linked to it, the views had gone up to almost 10,000 overnight. That in itself was a big deal. It was getting views faster than any video in the club's history. But this was to be expected. K-san had a lot of followers. After the broadcast had ended around midnight, Ito, Sarika, and I had gotten excited and quickly got in touch on our smartphones. We had stayed up until close to dawn watching the number go up. But just before noon, it had really started to climb. Just as we decided to see where these new viewers were coming from, we noticed a comment on the video saying, "I came from Watabe's article." This was the article they were referring to. Nico Nia's web reporter, Watabe, had figured out that sumo stickers were being placed near the crime scenes, and he had never before seen photo of the room at the Love Hotel from the Revolving Dead incident. And in that photo, Watabe had realized that the photo contained a sumo sticker and that the other crime scenes had sumo stickers nearby as well. He had written up his findings in an article and published it. And as a result, people had come over to our video that discussed the same topic.
10万って新記録だろ。副部長の渋谷復興動画の5万が今までの最高記録だもんな。
Yeah, that's true, but
素直にこの記事のインパクトってわけじゃないだろう。どっちかっていうと渡部がパクったって騒いでる奴らが多いってだけで。
バカ、それでも10万は10万だろ。しかもこの短時間にコメントだってめちゃめちゃ来てんだぞ。
まあそうだけどさ。
Still, it was hard for me to be happy. The reason we were getting so many views and comments was because the contents of Watabe's article were so similar to ours. Not many viewers seemed to think that we were amateurs who had just happened to put something together similar to Nico Nia News. A lot of people were enjoying the scandal of Watabe, the up-and-coming reporter, plagiarizing an amateur video. It was true that we had uploaded our video before Watabe. That was obvious from the timestamps. Well, some of our classmates seemed to think that we had ripped off Watabe, though.
まるっきり炎上マーケティングみたいだ。
Flame war, a large-scale internet argument that can become extremely heated. There are even marketing strategies that involve starting a flame war in order to increase sales or awareness of a product.
この渡部の記事がだよ。渡部が本当に記事をパクったかどうかはわからないけど。
いや、それはないだろう。素人のやつをパクった炎上を利用するってネットの記者とはいえありえないだろ
う。Well, maybe.
それに炎上なんかで騒ぎを集めなくても渡部は十分知名度あるだろう。スクープ連発してんだから。しかも俺らの動画アップしたの一昨日だろ。再生数もほとんどなかったし、渋谷ニュースで再生数伸びたって言っても今朝の話だ。この記事なんて明らかにそこから用意したものじゃねえだろ。
That was true too, but something still bothered me. There were several conditions that had to be met for a flame war to really take off. Two of the biggest were that a famous person had to be the target and that the mainstream media had to get involved. Mainstream media, in this context, is a derogatory term for major media organs such as TV, newspapers, and radio. The term itself existed before the advent of the internet, but in Japan is used almost exclusively as net slang. Its use is often rooted in the belief that all forms of media besides the internet are in bed with corporations, political parties, or special interest groups, and refuse to broadcast the truth. The term also represents a lot of criticisms against the media, such as how many reporters are arrogant lunatics who don't hesitate to invade people's privacy in the name of freedom of the press. Just having our video picked up by Shibuya News was a first for us. What were the odds that the perfect fodder for an epic Playmore would get posted at the exact same time?
考えたって仕方ないだろ
Ito said as he watched me mumble to myself.
せっかくなんだ見てくれた人のコメントから情報を漁ろうぜほら力士シールのこと書き込んでくれてるやつもいるおい宮代チャンスなんだろ
Ito seemed unable to contain his excitement. Actually,
やけに元気だなお前
はそうか
しんちゃんが前に作った動画100いかなかったもんね
Ito's face suddenly went red.
別にそれは関係ねえよ
Was that why?
見るなよほら文化祭の映像撮んのに時間取られたんだからとっととやるぞ和樹
Kazuki looked up from her game. She had been totally ignoring all of this.
渡部の記事の画像適当にプリントアウトしてくれ
Ito took them and stood in front of the board. He started to put them up. His face was still red. He glared at the images as if he looked for a spot to put them.
ほら早く動画を確認しろよ
Well, whatever. If he thinks he's fooling me like that, then I'll let him think that. I still felt sick.
サムネイルは飛ばしてくれ
オッケー私もやだもん
She skipped past the image of the sumo sticker and started to scroll through just the comments.
渡部パクってんじゃねえよこっちの方が本当に早いのマスゴミ被害者はこちらです
そこら辺の議論はどうでもいいなシールで検索かけてくれ
オッケー
ろくな情報がないな
One guy was calling it the Fatso sticker. Another was saying Sumo sticker is my waifu. Most of the comments were talking about Watabe's article, not the content of the video. It had turned into a full-scale war over the honor of Niconia News. Sarika must have been getting annoyed with it too, because she started to use her free hand to play with her Garo Froggy strap. But a moment later, her hand froze.
あ、これは
力士シールの作者なんて KLX だろ超着オツね
You're the wrong sider, moron. Sure, there was a theory on the internet that an artist named Kalex was behind the stickers, but no one had ever found any proof. They had probably just read the title or the first few lines of an article somewhere that said Kalex was the artist who created the stickers and never gave it any more thought.
このアドレスは
There was a URL among the comments that was pasted with no explanation whatsoever.
飛んでみる
ちょっと待ってくれ
I took a look at the letters and the address.
単にアマブロのアドレスだよな。
I wasn't sure, but it didn't look like a very dangerous page.
オッケー。
A moment later, I was staring at a page with an ugly, harsh background. I looked away from the sumo sticker that was its hit counter.
なんだここ。
Sarika clicked through the links on the page.
力士シールを特集してるページみたいだね。
It must have been a lot of work to get all these. Was this from before the earthquake? Sarika must have still been bothered by the stickers because before she said anything, she scrolled down to the text-only part of the page.
このシールの目は滅びを予見し、これを未然に防ぐためのもの。2015年の人類滅亡の予言は被害はあったものの、これによって守られた。
2015年の人類滅亡の予言。エジプト歴の人類滅亡説か。
Egyptian Apocalypse. The theory that humanity will be wiped out on September 23rd, 2015. The theory was proposed by an Egyptologist who stated that the Temple of Isis, an important ancient Egyptian religious site, depicted 1,465 gods, as well as an ancient legend that stated if the temple is sealed, every autumn equinox one of the gods within will lose their power. When the last god loses its power, the world will be drowned in water. The temple was sealed in 550 CE, which means that on the fall equinox of 2015, i.e. September 23rd, 2015, the last god would lose its power and the world would be drowned. But wouldn't... And unless the depiction of the gods was outside of the temple, wouldn't they have had to unseal the temple to get into it? Which means that the gods would no longer be losing their power, which sort of puts a pause on it. I mean, if you reseal the temple, then I you know, right?
よく知ってるね。
常識だよ。
I read further down the page and saw that he considered the crash of 15 to be part of the prophecy and said that the stickers had saved humanity.
色使いといい、ちょっと来てるな、ここの管理人は。
そういえば渋谷ってクラッシュの時あまり大きな騒ぎにならなかったよね。歴史シールって太陽嵐を軽減する効果でもあるのかな？
Idiot. Why would you believe that?
渋谷の被害が少なかったのは単に復興計画で街が整備されていたおかげだよ。これは単なる結界説。
結界説？
How could she forget that? A long time ago, we spent a lot of time looking into this.
相撲の発祥が神事であったことから、相撲を行う力士をモデルとした力士シールに宗教的な意味を持たせてあちこちに貼ることによって結界を築いているんだっていう説だよ。
宗教的な意味って？
Crap. I don't know.
とにかく結界説はナンセンスなんだ。力士シールって呼ばれてるけど、力士をモデルにしたっていう証拠はないんだから。
ふーん。
Good. I guess I fooled her.
タク、これは？
なんだ？知ってるぞ。
知ってるの？作者。
え
This, Sarika said as she pointed to A page about the creator from the sumo stickers.
いや、勘違いだ。進めてくれ。
OK。
That background was using the nastiest colors I had ever seen. My eyes were starting to hurt. What's this?
巷で言われているように、力士シールの作者は K-REX ではない。
Between this and the sheer number of sumo sticker photos, it was clear that the page's author was a little crazy, but had done their homework.
このシールの作者は結界を築くために人類の犠牲になったのだ。
No, maybe more than a little crazy. They were totally nuts. I hadn't read a page like this in a while.
その犠牲となった尊敬すべき作者は
I stopped scrolling down the page.
これ
Her voice was shaking a little as she pointed at the screen.
H 総合病院にその身を置いている。
タク
I knew what she was trying to say. I could see Sarika's shock out of the corner of my eye, but I couldn't take my eyes off the words AH Tokyo General Hospital. That was the hospital. That was the hospital I had snuck into with Sarika in elementary school, the one I saw in my dreams all the time.
おい、宮代。宮代って。
Well, what?
ん
Kazuki stuck her face in front of the display from the side and pointed toward Ito.
なんだよ。
やべえぞ、これ。
Ito was staring at the board as he whispered. Then he walked straight up to it.
やっぱり。おい、これ見てみろって。
He pointed toward the pictures that were stuck up on the board.
どうしたんだよ。
I tried to hide my shock at what I had just seen, but my voice was quivering. But Ito was completely ignoring me. He ripped off a few of the pictures. And stuck them back up. The huge number of sumo stickers, and then the long distance shots of the ones found at the crime scene.
ここ、見てみろ。
I could tell that Ito and Sarika turned to look at me when I laughed. I thought back to the conversation I had just had with Kurusu. Something terrible might happen. Well, I'll keep going anyway. I'll probably keep going all the way, because I'm not just an ordinary teenage boy. October 7th, 2015, Wednesday, 8 p.m., Tomigaya, Shibuya. Aoba Clinic. A 2-minute walk from Yoyogi Park Station. This private clinic, 20 minutes away from the heart of Shibuya, was loved by the locals for its homey, comfortable atmosphere. The clinic offered internal and pediatric medical services. It had no faculties to allow someone to stay overnight. The wait was 10 minutes at worst. Some days it was more common to find the director's drinking buddies there, telling baldy jokes than it was to find patients. The only full-time doctor was the clinic's director. He had 2 nurses. The only times it ever got busy were during flu shot season. and when the director's neighborhood baseball team had its annual tournament.
おかしいな。ここにねえってことは。
The clinic's second floor. This floor, with its living room, kitchen, and bath, and the third floor with the rooms for the children, formed the group home known as Aoba Dormitory. There was no sign identifying it outside, so if you just walked by the building, you would have no way of knowing that the upper floors were an orphanage.
ズキズキ来やがる。ここにもね。おい、ノノ。
もうちょっとだから。
ちげえよ。薬がどこ行ったかって。
Sakuma Wataru, the director of the Aoba Clinic and Aoba Dormitory, looked at the dinner lined up on the table and froze. Boiled vegetables, white fish with plum, tofu, hamburg, steak, natto, rolled omelette with shiso leaves. The oldest girl at the dorm had been in charge of cooking ever since she came here when she was in 6th grade. Every year she started cooking more and more like an old woman.
お前な、おばあちゃんじゃねえんだから、肉とかよ。
腹回りの贅肉を減らしてから言ってちょうだい。嫌ですからね、老後に高血圧治療の面倒見るの。
食べ盛りもいるってのね。ああ、しょ。
Sakuma pressed his hands up against his temples and rubbed them.
どうしたの？
老気ないか、見当たらねえんだよ。
何、頭痛？
あ
あ。確か。ってちょっと待って。もしかして二日酔い？
Sakuma moaned a little. Kurusu smiled gently at him, still holding the kitchen knife.
父さん、そもそも課長で医者であるあなたが病院の仕事手伝ってるとはいえ、見習い看護師以下で娘である私に薬の場所を聞くのも問題ですけど、よりによって二日酔いですって？昨日の夜残った事務仕事を私が片付けてる時に晩酌してたの？
いや、仕事は俺だってしてたぞ。
じゃあ仕事中に飲んでたってことね。そんな酔っ払いに出せる薬はありません。あと1週間禁酒にしますから。
はあ？おい、ノノ、冗談だろ。
できた。2人とも呼んできて。ごちそうさま。おいしかった。ごちそうさま。はい、おそ松様。お茶入れるね。ゆう、手伝って。
Her little brother nodded, and together they took the plates the four of them had been eating on to the kitchen. It was their job to clean up. Tachibana Yui and Tachibana Yudo were brother and sister. They were the only two siblings at the Aoba dorm who were actually related by blood, and the rest of the neighborhood thought it was cute how they were always together. The Shibuya earthquake had occurred when Yui was in 2nd grade and Yudo was only 6 and hadn't started school. After the earthquake, the two of them had come to Aoba dorm. The two of them had been depressed for a long time between the shock of losing their parents and their experiences in the earthquake's aftermath. Now they had made it to the 2nd year of middle school for Yui and the last year of elementary school for Yudo.
ノノ、 明日の夕飯は先に食べてていいぞ。
During the meal, Sakuma had complained about Nono's ban on his drinking, but Yui had told him he had brought it on himself. He had spent the rest of dinner muttering to himself, but by now he had calmed down a little.
最近バタついてるからよ。
嫌です。温め直すのめんどくさいもの。それにバラバラに食事するのって好きじゃないの。できるだけ家族揃って食べたい。でもバタついてるってどうしたの？
Kurusu checked the clock as she spoke. It was almost 9. Aoba Clinic closed at 6:30, and it was often after 7 by the time Sakuma finished his paperwork and came up the stairs. Kurusu would have dinner ready around that time. But it was true that lately he had been coming up later and later. Sakuma shrugged and said he wasn't sure why exactly, but...
大学の後輩が渋谷でやってる医院もそうだし、ここらのでっけえ病院、代々木の AH 東京総合病院とかよ、最近忙しいらしいんだよ。のの？
あ、ごめん。それで？
ま、復興祭が近いから浮かれて怪我するやつが増えてるんじゃねえかとか、それに合わせて例の症候群をもう一度見直す動きがあるとか、いろいろ言われてんだけどよ。
見直すって6年経って今さら？
わかりやすく復興して治ってんのは街の外観だ。ここはそう簡単に治らねえからな。
Sakuma patted himself on the chest.
うちの患者は別に普段と変わらねえんだけどよ。その後輩やら知り合いやらからなんだかんだと頼まれるのが多くなってんだよ。おかげで肩こって仕方ね
え。As her father rotated his shoulders to stretch them, Nono told him he was doing a good job. He normally looked like a goofball, but Kurusu knew that he was reliable when it counted. Aoba Clinic was far enough from Shibuya that it hadn't been damaged during the earthquake, and so it had remained open. She had heard that Sakuma had taken in patients with minor wounds, a field that was outside his specialty, and treated them. When she helped at the clinic's front desk, the patients would often tell her grateful tales about what he had done then.
どうしたの？この梨。
パーラー西野で安売りしてたの。いただきまーす。
Yui and Yugo had come back from the kitchen with tea and a sliced pear. She stuck a toothpick in a slice as she spoke.
甘くておいしい。ああ、ゆいポン酢買っといてくれた？今日底値でしょ？
うん、お一人様1個までだったからユウ連れて2個ゲットしてきた。あ、そうだ、いつものスーパータイムセールの時間変わるって。
嘘。
1時間遅くなるんだって。
ああ、困るな。夕ご飯の買い物どうしようかな。
あと風呂場の洗剤切れそうだったよ、あの白のパッケージの。
それは週末のセールを待ってる。
どこの？
青木薬局。
クーポンあるよ。
そうだ、ベランダ見た？洗濯物干す方の角のとこ。
え、何？
苔生えてるの、びっしり。
それが？
なんとかしないと、そのうち赤谷が湧くの。やだ。私だって嫌です。というか、私が一番嫌。何？さっきから。喉痛いの？
風邪？ちょっとありえないんですけど、お医者さんでしょ？
看病するの私たちなんですからね。ただでさえ寝汗が多くて洗濯が大変だっていうのに。
少しは痩せてよ。だいたい父さんの食費だけで月にいくら。
Sakuma slammed his teacup down on the desk. He had reached the limits of his patience.
のの、ゆい、話がある。ちょっと座れ。
座ってんじゃん。
あのな、お前ら。
Sakuma pressed down on his temples again as he wondered where to begin. It felt like his headache was getting worse. But in the end, he couldn't come up with any ideas except to say it directly.
もう少し高校生と中学生らしくできねえのか。
は？
The two of them looked at him as if they didn't know what he was talking about.
のの、お前趣味なんだ？
何？急に。
いいからよ、趣味は？
部屋の掃除。
ゆいは？
セールのチラシ集め。
The two of them kept eating their pear slices, unsure of what he was getting at. And then they continued their conversation, saying, "What's his problem? It must be terrible getting old."
座れ。座りなさい。
座ってるって。
お前ら何歳のうちから初対じみてんだ。セールがどうの食費がどうの学生の会話が。
家のことは任せるって言ったのは父さんでしょ？
Kurusu ran the Aoba dorm's budget, and Yui helped her.
もっと遊べっつってんだ。ライブ行ったり服買ったりよ。
別にいいよ。ネットで聞けるもん。
言われなくても服はフリマとかで買ってます。いいのない時は自分で作っちゃうもの。
ちゃんとしすぎなんだよ。あんな隙のない女はモテねえぞ。
クラスの子供っぽい男子になんか興味ありません。あ あとのの姉は中等部じゃアイドルだから。
そうなの？
Of course, Yui nodded. Yui went to Hekiho Academy's middle school, which was located close to the academy itself. The high school and middle school did a lot of activities together, and Kurusu had gone to the latter before as part of her student council president job. Kurusu chuckled.
こっちじゃどっちかっていうと怖がられてるんだけどね。
彼氏の一人もいねえのか。お前の浮いた話聞いたことないぞ。
クラスの子供っぽい男子になんか興味ありません。
へえ、そっちも男子ってそうなの？
年頃の男子なんて何歳でも一緒でしょ。
Kurusu sipped her tea with a smirk.
ブラコンめ。
And then she spat it out like she had been struck with a bullet.
ののね、大丈夫？ティッシ
ュ。Kurusu coughed as she took the tissue from Yui, then wiped down the desk.
変なこと言わないでちょうだい。
Her face was bright red as she yelled at Sakuma.
お前はタクルに構えすぎなんだよ。そんなんだと他の男が寄ってこないぞ。
そんなことないです。あ、いや、寄ってきてるって意味じゃなくて。
Kurusu waved her hand, annoyed.
とにかくあの子は
ののね。
Kurusu threw the tissue in the garbage without answering.
言うとはこないだユイが言ってただろう。ほら、同じクラスの今野さんだがなんだか。
違うよ。いや違わないけど。
Now it was Yuto's turn to turn red.
そうだ、それどうなったの？やっぱりラブレターだったんでしょ？隠し事はなしでしょ？どうなの？
Yuto shrank back into his chair, his tiny body becoming even smaller. Then he nodded. Yui leaned forward, excited.
徳田くんに。徳田くんにバレて、それで。
Yui's expression switched from jovial to serious.
何？からかわれた？
After a short pause, Yuto nodded.
ダメだよ。嫌なものは嫌って言わないと。そういうのに慣れたら気づかないうちに曲がってくんだから。でも、もしまたいじめられたりしたら、姉ちゃんにいいな。やり返してやるから。
ユイ、女の子がそういうこと言わないの。
お前が言うか。
どういう意味？
There were two rules at an Aoba dorm. After dinner, everyone would gather around the table to talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. When Sakuma decided to open an orphanage after the earthquake, he first picked the name Aoba Dorm, and the second thing he had decided on were those rules. The four of them talked until around 10, when Yuto started to yawn. Telling each other about their daily lives was how they kept themselves grounded.
入るよ。
Kurusu entered the empty room, knowing there wouldn't be an answer. She started by wiping down the desk, and then moved on to do the rest of the cleaning the same way she always did. Nothing had changed in the room since Miyashiro had left. It was still filled with books, papers, and DVDs. Home was the place where Kurusu felt the most calm and relaxed. It was where she could be herself and be with her family. Her favorite time of the day was after dinner. It wasn't that she was uncomfortable at Hekiho, but her personality was such that she always felt like she had to put her job first. And she liked the role she had at home with her family more than she liked the role she had in the outside world. As she cleaned the bookshelf, she saw a scrapbook. She had seen it many times before, but she put it on the desk and started to flip through the pages. The book was filled with information on urban legends and crimes that had taken place in Shibuya, and on the last page was a collection of magazine and newspaper articles. The magazine article was dated about 6 months ago, just before Miyashiro had left home, and the newspaper article was from 6 years ago. It was about the Shibuya earthquake. This was why Miyashiro had left home and gone to live at Miyashita Park.
日付が6年前の事件とぴったり一致してるんだ。事件も自殺っぽいっていう内容はともかく猟奇的だという点で同じ。
あなた殺されますよ、宮代拓先輩。
Something might be coming for him, or maybe Takeru was getting involved in something. As his older sister, she had to protect her little brother. But can I face what happened 6 years ago? There was a knock at the door. She tried to take a few deep breaths to calm herself before she spoke.
誰？
俺だ。入るぞ。何泣きそうな顔してんだ？
え？
She quickly put her hand up to her face. She wasn't crying. She took a quick breath to help her focus.
どうしたの？
飯ん時、ちょっと変だったろ、お前。
そう？
Sakuma looked at the scrapbook on the desk.
やっぱあいつがまた何かやらかしたのか。
His voice was a father's. Kurusu put the scrapbook back on the shelf.
うん。あ、いや、またやらかしそうというか。
相変わらずだな。ラブホテルで警察にお世話になった後、お前ちゃんと止めたんだろ？
うん。
Kurusu nodded, remembering what had happened in the hallway that day.
それでも、なんかやめそうになくて。
珍しいな。あいつがお前に逆らうなんて。
それは、私がきちんと。
なんだ？どうしたんだ？
Sakuma sensed that something was wrong with Kurusu and sat down on the bed. He motioned for her to speak.
父さん、あの子ってどうやって私じゃなくてうちに馴染んだの？ほら、長期昏睡から目覚めてリハビリ始めた時は全然心を開いてなかったでしょ？
それを言ったら、ユイとユウともそうだろう。言っとくけど、お前もそうだったぞ。
私の話はいいから。
前のこと覚えてねえな。だいたいそんなのちゃんとしたきっかけなんかあんのか。
But he crossed his arms and seemed to be trying to remember the past.
Stream elements.
Soon after.
いつ馴染んだかなんてわかんねえけど、 初めて一緒に夕飯食った日は覚えてるわ。
あ、
Kurusu realized that she remembered too. Even after he had started his physical therapy and learned to walk again, for a while he would keep eating dinner alone in this room. Sakuma had told him that everyone was supposed to meet and talk after dinner, but he would use his poor health as an excuse to stay in his room.
私も覚えてる。そういえば、あれってなんでだったの？
ああ、多分な。お前の単価だよ。
え？
あいつのリハビリ手伝ってたろ。家族なんだから私が面倒を見るっつって。
うん。
Miyashiro had refused, but she had told him there was no reason for him to be embarrassed now. She had been in charge of cleaning his catheter when he was in a coma, after all.
そっから前にも増してつきっきりで。昔からだ。お前のブラコンぶりは。
だから違うって言ってるでしょ。
んで、あいつが問題なく日常生活できるようになって、そろそろ学校も大丈夫じゃないかって、お前が俺に相談持ちかけた時、なんて言ったか覚えてるか？
うん？
Kurusu tried to think, but she couldn't remember herself saying anything special.
小学生の時、学校にあまり行っていなかったって言うけど、私が行けるようにする。もしあの子をいじめる奴がいたら、私がやり返してやる。嘘でしょ？
She didn't remember that at all.
本当だよ。さっきユイも言ってたじゃないか。明らかに昔のお前の影響だ。今以上にとんがってたからな。それをあいつは部屋の外で聞いてたんだよ。その日の夕飯からだ。あいつが一緒に食べるようになったのが。まあ結局あいつはあまり学校には行かなかったけどな。それでも保健室登校で卒業できたのはお前のしごきの成果だろう。
As she listened to Sakuma's words, she could feel the terror that had been building inside her start to fade away. Instead, she felt a mixture of confidence, nostalgia, and joy.
そんなこと、私言ったかな。ののねえ、何してんの？
そっちこそ二人でどうした？
ユウのトイレ。そしたら声が聞こえたから。そう。
She smiled a little at Yudo's embarrassment. He couldn't go to the bathroom on his own at night. He had always been shy and spent most of his time clinging to Yui, but the earthquake had given him mild scotophobia too. Scotophobia, the fear of the dark, a type of specific phobia. A specific phobia is a type of mental disorder where the subject exhibits an abnormal mental or physiological rejection toward a specific object or situation, such as acrophobia, the fear of heights, trypanophobia, the fear of needles, claustrophobia, the fear of small spaces, agoraphobia. I feel like that was one, but now it's gonna bother me. What was agoraphobia? That was just general anxiety, wasn't it? Where escape might be difficult or help might not be available, right? Avoid open places like large areas, yeah. Whole bunch of phobias. Scotophobia is commonly found in small children and any intelligent adult because all the scary things are in the dark. And the primary causes of it are usually due to them experiencing trauma in the dark place, or being unable to control the instinctual fear that humans, being non-nocturnal creatures, have of the dark.
ねえ、二人はタクルに帰ってきてほしい？当たり前じゃん、家族だもん。うん。っていうか、タクル兄の掃除当番全部肩代わりしてるの私とユウだから、早く返してもらわないと。あと買い出し当番も。ああ、それもだ、忘れてた。
Kurusu laughed and looked around her missing brother's room, at her family. There was no changing what happened 6 years ago now.
ユイ？ん？ユウトをいじめるやつがいたら、やり返してやりなさい。え？もちろん。
She would just have to protect her family so that they could live together again. Kurusu took out her smartphone and left the room, leaving her uncertainty behind. Sarika was sitting with her legs crossed on the cold floor, looking up at me. I put my ear up to the door and tried to see if there was anyone outside.
大丈夫。誰もいない。
じゃあ、もう諦めていこうよ。さすがにお尻が限界。
一石武道家。数年前のニュースだったと思うんだけど、トイレの鍵が壊れて2日間くらい閉じ込められた人がいて、救出された時に閉じ込められてどうでしたかって聞かれて、こう答えたんだ。トイレがあってよかったって。
私たちは2人だからトイレできないじゃん。
Damn it, she's right for once. But she had a point. I was reaching my mental limits too. It was past 10 now, which meant we had spent more than 2 hours locked inside the bathroom. We were on the 5th floor of AH Tokyo General Hospital in the women's toilet near the lobby. We had learned at the club room this morning that the creator of the sumo stickers was here. Sarika and I had come to the hospital right after that. Each floor of the hospital had different sections, and each section had its own lobby, so we were able to go around to each floor and gather information by talking to the people there. Well, it was mostly Sarika who did the talking. And then we had heard that there was someone in the privet room in the back of the 5th floor who drew a lot of creepy pictures. I got excited. The person drawing the pictures might know something. But there was a problem, namely the ward they were staying in. There were 2 wards on the 5th floor. The first was the gastroenterological ward, straight down the hall from the lobby. But to get to the place where we wanted to go, you had to take a right from the lobby and go to the psych ward. To meet with patients in the psych ward, you needed permission from the patient and the hospital. If you weren't there to meet someone, you wouldn't even be allowed in. While we were sitting in the lobby trying to come up with a plan, visiting hours for the psych ward ended. Then hours for the gastroenterological ward ended too, and we had no good excuse for being there any longer. And that's how we got where we were now. If I hadn't taken Sarika's advice and chosen to hide in the women's restroom, where the stalls were inevitably in use more often, someone would have gotten suspicious of us a long time ago. No, maybe they were already suspicious.
少しでも情報を得て帰りたかったのに。
When Ito saw the pair in the pictures at the club room, he proposed we start investigating them immediately. But I decided to temporarily leave that to him and visit the hospital. I didn't tell Ito where I was going or why. If he knew I was putting a priority on verifying information on a homepage run by a crazy man with no sources even given, he would make fun of me. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That's why I wanted to find something. My phone suddenly started to vibrate.
クルス
I frowned when I saw the name. Damn, and at a time like this too.
タク
You're not going to answer it, Sarika seemed to say silently. I decided to ignore the phone call.
いいの？
仕方ないだろう。きっと出たら面倒なことになる。
Whatever it was likely something I didn't want to hear, and I couldn't exactly hold a conversation right now. "2 hours, huh? I didn't know being quiet and doing nothing for so long could be so tiring." Sarika had her arms crossed over her knees. She looked upset. Was I imagining it, or has she been really fidgety over the last 10 minutes?
変なの。まさかこの年でタクと一緒に女子トイレの個室に何時間もこもることになるなんて。
そう言わずにもうちょっと付き合ってくれ。
いいけど。でもこれ以上粘っても意味ないと思う。
Sarika sighed a little. I looked away from her. I was starting to fidget a little, maybe because we had been talking about going to the bathroom.
ちょっと。ねえタク、とりあえず今日は諦めて出直そうよ。
Sarika stood up and rubbed her butt a little.
お前は気にならないのかよ。
え？
この病院は。
This was the hospital we had snuck into a long time ago, looking for an urban legend called Amy-chan. In the end, we had to give up before we could figure it out. But if there was some connection between the sumo stickers and this hospital...
そりゃ気になるよ。調べられるなら調べたい。でもこうなっちゃったらさ、明日からちゃんと面会時間に通い詰めて入れるチャンスを待った方がよくない？
それはまあ。
今だったらこの回で見つかりさえしなければ普通に外に出られるでしょ。
This place had an ER, so it was open at night, and people would be going in and out. As long as we could get to the first floor lobby safely, we would be able to walk right out. Damn it. Maybe we don't have a choice.
わかった。とりあえず。
My phone vibrated again.
またか。
I thought it was Kurusu calling me again, but it wasn't. I checked once again that there was no one in the restroom and answered the phone.
もしもし。
おい、宮代。お前、今どこにいる？
どうした？
副部長が事件を追うのはやめなさいって切れてるぞ。
Seriously?
今、あなたたちは何してるんだって問い詰められた。てか、怒鳴られた。怖かった。
お前、まさか。
Yeah, Ito said.
全部喋った。そしたら、設置した監視カメラを外しなさい。いや、私が今すぐ外しに行くっつって電話切られた。
お前、そこ耐えろよ。
無理言うなよ。思わず副部長に敬語だったぞ、俺。
Damn it. That coward. Well, I knew how he felt.
で、とりあえずお前のことは、何か別に気になったことがあったみたいで、尾上と一緒にそれを調べてるみたいですって言っておいたから。何してるか知らねえけど、副部長に殺される前に謝っとけよ。てか、電話に出てやれ。
He hung up before I could say anything. It was clear that he wanted to stay out of this. With nothing else to do, I put away my phone.
のんちゃん、元気出たんだ。よかった。
Sarika looked happy. She must have overheard the conversation.
いや、よかったじゃないよ。
でも、のんちゃんらしいよ。
Sarika nodded to herself, satisfied. She really did look happy.
お前、どっちの味方なんだ？
タクだよ。タクだって、のんちゃんが元気ないの嫌でしょ？
そりゃ、いや、いい。
タク、行くの？
言っとくけど、諦めたわけじゃないからな。
I just didn't feel like I was going to find out anything more by staying here. I would just come back tomorrow during visiting hours and dodge Kurusu somehow.
よし。
There was no one around. The nurse at the nurse's station was staring at her PC. If we crouched down, she couldn't see us. I motioned to Sarika and we quietly left the bathroom, heading for the lobby. We made it across and arrived in front of the elevator. I looked ahead and saw an automatic door with thick frosted glass. The psych ward lay beyond it. Next to it was a control terminal with an intercom. When visiting, you would say your name and have them unlock the door from the inside. During visiting hours, I had been sitting in the lobby waiting for the automatic door to open. I had tried to see if there was a way to sneak in alongside another visitor, but I had run out of time before I had gotten the chance.
タク、しょうがないよ。出直そう。
Sarika must have noticed me staring at it because she motioned for me to leave. She was right. If we used the elevator, they might notice the sound. We would just have to take the stairs.
Huh?
タク？
Sarika stopped just before she reached the stairs.
いや、今。
I heard a beeping noise coming from the automatic door. Is someone coming out? I dragged Sarika out onto the landing for the stairs. That was weird. I didn't hear any footsteps.
嘘。
I took a look around the corner and saw that the door was open.
なんで？
It was definitely open, and there was no sign that anyone had come out. I could see deeper into the ward now that the frosted glass was out of the way. The hallway was dark, and it was long past lights out. Why? Why had it opened? Was it set to open automatically from the inside, and someone had walked close enough to trip the sensor? I hadn't seen anyone pass by. I nodded back at Sarika as she pointed down the stairs. Someone was coming up. What should we do? There's enough time for the elevator to get here. The lobby's out of the question. Should we go upstairs? Or will we be safe if we just walk downstairs and act like nothing's wrong? The dark hallway seemed to be beckoning me. There were no guards or nurses around it.
タクル、あなたも他の人と違わない。ただの高校生でしょ。
I grabbed Sarika's hand and ran straight for the open door.
わかんないけどチャンスだ。行こう。
Sarika was behind me, so I couldn't tell if she nodded or not. I ran faster so I wouldn't have to hear my heart pounding, and a moment later, we were inside the psych ward. As I listened to the door shut behind me, I moved up next to the wall and took a look around. It was too dark to see all the way to the end of the hallway, but there didn't seem to be anyone there. The green light of the emergency exit reflected off the floor, bathing us in dim light.
タクって。
I realized that I was still holding Sarika's hand. I quickly let go, and she turned her hand toward the wall.
これ。
She was pointing at a simple map of the ward. It showed the nurse's station, the exam rooms, and what were probably the numbers for the patient's rooms.
確か絵描きって奥の個室に入院しているんだよな。
Sarika nodded, but the map didn't say if the rooms were singles or not. I looked at the doors in front of me. There were plates with what looked like two patient names. These rooms were doubles, which meant that any room the same layout was also probably a double. I looked back at the map. Where were the privet rooms?
あった。ここら辺だ。くそ、やっぱり奥の方だな。
あっち？
Sarika pointed further down the hall. With Sarika behind me, I turned to the side and started to walk as quietly as I could. That weird scent unique to hospitals was stinging my nose. I was used to it, but it was still a little creepy, and it was too quiet. If this really is a psych ward, then I figured I would hear some crazy screaming or something.
いや、偏見か。いくら閉鎖病棟とはいえ、大半は高齢の認知症の人たちだろうし。
And even then, most people, even crazy people, have a tendency to sleep at night, or at the very least be sedated so their screaming doesn't cause the other people to not sleep. I've never been in a psych ward, I promise. Fingers crossed. Sealed ward, a hospital ward, usually for mental patients with a locked entrance. as well as heavily restricted access and visiting rules. The elevator doesn't even usually go to that floor. Why does the elevator go to this one? Maybe because the gastrointestinal is also on there, which is a little weird. In a broader sense, a sealed ward refers to any hospital ward that cannot be accessed without permission from staff, not just a mental ward. Usually also the morgue, because some people like to go to the bodies and do stuff. You wouldn't expect the patients to be screaming 24 hours a day, especially after lights out. But what's with the air here? No, it doesn't matter. It's just another dim hallway. I'm not going to the scene of a crime this time.
Huh?
Come to think of it, when I first went inside the Love Hotel, I tried to get past the door, then almost gave up. I turned around and saw the empty hallway stretching out before me, past a confused Sarika. The automatic door was on the other side of the corner.
あの時も鍵が勝手に。
That's right. The door to the hotel had opened on its own, just like the automatic door here. The police told me I was mistaken, but maybe it really was.
タク、どうしたの？
いや。
I realized that I had stopped moving. Crap. Is that a nurse?
こっち。
ああ、松下さん、点滴逆血してたよ。
え、またですか？外しちゃってました？
それがね。
I could hear what sounded like two nurses in the hallway.
バレちゃった？
いや。
I listened carefully. They seemed to be talking about a patient. Good. They hadn't found us. We would have to stay here until they left.
タク、そういえばさ。昔忍び込んだ時ってどこに行ったか覚えてる？
I took my ear off the door.
そりゃ覚えて。いや、具体的にどこか覚えてないな。
I tried to think back to what I had seen so many times in the dream. It was 8 or 9 years ago now. At the time, I was still in elementary school.
でも、この平等じゃなかったとは思う。
I couldn't remember how we got in exactly, but I didn't remember sneaking through an automatic door. And
あれは精神科に見られるような治療じゃなかった。
Actually, I don't think you could even call that treatment, whatever it was.
どうした？
I was about to ask before I saw her face and realized what was wrong.
大丈夫か？
大丈夫だよ。
She clearly wasn't okay. Did she remember what happened before? Come to think of it, actually, she had tried to act strong and failed last time too.
大したことじゃない。絵描きの情報を確かめて帰る。それだけだろ。
The nurses must have finished talking because I could hear the footsteps getting further away.
よし。
Sarika slapped her cheeks with her hands to try and snap herself out of it.
行こう、タク。
あ。
When we got to the room, the dim light of the emergency exit lamp was shining down on it.
ここ
I nodded. This was probably the place. It was a privet room in the back, and there were no nameplates on the other privet rooms we had passed.
開けるぞ。
There was no time to hesitate. We could run into a nurse at any moment. I looked to the left and right and checked that there was no one there before opening the door. It was a dark room with no lights. There was enough light to see my hands, but not my feet. The bed against the wall was empty. The blanket was rolled up. Sir Ika looked over to see what I saw. Was this not the place?
他の部屋を探してみるか。
I tried to leave when Sir Ika grabbed my arm.
なんだよ。
タクあれ
え
Sir Ika pointed at the back wall of the room. Her hand was shaking a little. It was too dark to see. I softly crept forward to get a better look. The whole wall was covered with drawings of the sumo sticker in what looked like red paint.
気持ち悪い
Sarika grabbed onto my arm. The warmth reminded me that I wasn't alone. That made me feel just a little better. If I had seen this alone, I might have screamed and gone crazy.
この匂いは。
I noticed that there was an unpleasant scent coming from the red paint on the wall. I don't think that's paint, my friend. I don't think that's paint. I took another step forward, and then I realized. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle a scream, and then another hand over Sarika's mouth to stop her from screaming too.
どうしたの
Sarika ripped my hand away from her mouth and clung to me tighter.
これ絵の具じゃない。え？血だ。
This strange smell, like rust, was the same thing I had smelled at the Love Hotel during the revolving dead incident. Who drew these? Who would draw something like this? And in blood. I imagined someone locked in a dim room, endlessly drawing paintings in blood on a blank wall, and a shiver went down my spine. I got goosebumps all over my body.
やばい。
There's something very wrong with this room.
タク何してるの
I suddenly realized I was holding a smartphone in my trembling hand, and without even realizing it, I had pushed the record button and started filming the drawings on the wall.
違う。こんなことしてる場合じゃ。
行こうよ
Sir Ika tried to drag me back, but my body wouldn't move. I knew it was dangerous to stay here, but I couldn't move. Sir Ika was saying something behind me. But while I could hear the sounds, I couldn't understand what they meant. And then I heard a sound from somewhere in the dark room. It was a sound of someone scratching something. I gulped, and my body froze up even more.
今どこかで音が誰だよ
Someone's in here with us. Someone's in this room. In the darkness, I could hear the sound of something hard being scratched again. But the sound bounced off the walls of the square room, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I desperately searched around the room, eyes cloudy with terror. How long had they been there? A girl was crouching on the floor alone, with her back to us. She was right next to the bloody sumos, a hand wrapped around her knees, and she was staring at her feet. She was staring at a drawing of a sumo sticker. It was too dark to tell for sure, but I thought I saw something dripping off her finger. That was blood. She had cut her finger to draw that. She was drawing those pictures. I couldn't speak. My throat wouldn't work. I had questions to ask her. Who are you? Did you draw all the stickers that are all over town? Why are you drawing those? But I just couldn't speak. The strange sight before me filled me with an indescribable terror. I was overcome by the idea that if I talked to her now, and she turned around, she would transform into something else and attack me. I heard my name and turned towards Sarika. Her hand was clutching my arm tightly.
どうしたの？
おのえ
急に怖い声出して何かあったの？
何かってお前あれ
Shaking, I pointed at the girl on the floor. But there was no one there. I was standing in the middle of the hospital room, shaking and staring at the drawings of the sumo sticker design on the wall. My hand had numbly lowered, and my smartphone was recording only my crotch.
大丈夫？
Sarika looked at me, worried.
あの女の子は
女の子って何？
今そこにいただろ
But there was no one in the direction I was pointing. Just eerie pictures in an empty room.
やだ！怖いこと言わないでよ。
じゃあ今のはただの妄想
Or maybe whoever had drawn the bloody pictures on the wall was already dead. But some trace of their spirit was bound into those paintings and trapped inside the room. No, that was way too paranormal for me. It was impossible. But I couldn't get the image of the crouching girl I thought I had seen out of my mind.
お前行こうここは多分良くない
I took Sir Ika's hand and slowly started to walk backward. It felt like if I made a sound, all of the eyes of the sumos drawn on the wall would open and stare at me. We made it back to the door and jumped out into the hallway. I could hear frantic voices down the hallway. The hospital staff must have heard my scream. They probably thought something had happened to a patient. They were going to find us. Did I just hear a sound from the emergency exit? Sir Ika had grabbed the door handle, shouting at me in a hushed voice. I could faintly hear the voices of the nurses running back and forth across the hallway. Evidently, they hadn't found us. I could hear Sir Ika breathe a sigh of relief in the darkness. I used the light from my phone to look around. We were on the landing of a staircase. These were probably the emergency stairs. Sir Ika looked down, illuminating the stairs with her own phone.
なんで開いてたんだ。
非常口だからでしょ。
でも閉鎖病棟だぞ。
If they were keeping the automatic door locked, there was no way they wouldn't lock the emergency exit.
きっと閉め忘れだ。
Did they? Could we really get that lucky? And I was sure I had heard a sound.
それより今はここから出ないと。
Sir Ika pointed down the stairs.
ああ、そうだな。
I used the light from my phone to look at the knob of the emergency door. Good. It was the type that opened from the inside. The other doors probably were too.
下へ降りて出口を探そう。
オッケー。タク、さっきの壁の絵。
Sir Ika was probably thinking the same thing I was. Was that where the creator of the sumo stickers was kept? Or someone who had something to do with the case? But in the end, I had no answer. There was a whole wall of sumo sticker images drawn in someone's blood. That was the only information we had. Sir Ika seemed to understand that as well, because she didn't ask any more questions.
よし、開いた。
I unlocked the door and quietly opened it, then peered down the hallway beyond. I ducked without even thinking. I placed my hand on the open door to support myself, then quickly yanked my body back inside toward the stairs.
二人がここにいる。
There was no mistaking it. Those were the two that Ito had noticed in the clubroom this morning. Sarika stuck her head out just a little and saw them too. She dropped down. I put my hand over her mouth before she could finish. I know, so don't make any noise. Why are they here? Is there some connection between them and the sumo stickers after all? I could hear footsteps. Theirs. I couldn't move. They would hear me. I froze and concentrated on what I was hearing. Good. They were heading further away. Oh no. They were getting closer. Who are those two? What are they doing here? Maybe.
もしかして事件の犯人は。
取り返しのつかないことになる可能性だってあるの。
For a moment, I felt incredibly cold, like my whole body had gotten smaller. The hand I was holding against the door was slippery with sweat. My heart was pounding loudly, and it hurt to breathe. No, no! Suddenly, my frozen body was shaken backward. I stumbled and tripped, then was shaken up again. Just as Sarika kicked open some kind of door and dragged me through, I saw them pick up my phone.
もう大丈夫かな。少し休もう。
I collapsed right onto the ground. I tried to catch my breath, but it wasn't working. My legs were shaking from exhaustion, and my hands were shaking from the still lingering terror.
大丈夫だよ。追ってきてはないみたいだから。
It was all I could do to muster a feeble nod. I had no idea why, but my hands shaking made me really mad. I slammed them into the asphalt. Damn it! How? What were they doing there? And now they have my smartphone with all its data.
やっぱりきっと 歴史シールと関係あるんだよ、あの二人。
It couldn't be a coincidence.
あれ、着信あったんだ。しんちゃん？もしもし、尾上です。どうしたの？
よし。
My breathing had calmed down. I needed to get my thoughts in order. My phone has a lock on it. They won't be able to do anything with it immediately. It's clear that the sumo stickers are involved somehow. Not to mention...
まだ事件が起こっていないのに、壁一面に貼られた歴史シールが引っかかるな。
Come to think of it, Kurusu said she was going to take down the security camera. What happened with that?
タク。
Sarika turned around, moving very slowly.
どうした？
What did that expression mean? Sarika looked away from me for a moment, and then back, as if afraid of something painful.
のんちゃんが刺された。あ、タクル兄ちゃん。
来るさあ。
Yui pointed toward the exam room in the back with a pained expression on her face. Damn it.
まさか。
クルス
What? Jin-san?
なんで？いや、クルスは
静かにしなさい。一応病院なんだから。
Was she okay?
タクル。
何？
靴脱ぎなさい。
ごめん。
I had forgotten to take them off when I came in, so I quickly yanked them off my feet.
僕。
何？
いや、
I could see a bandage through the gaps in her pajamas.
ああ、これ？
Kurusu lifted up her shirt just a little to show me her stomach. It was wrapped in a thick bandage.
13針。大したことない。
お前
I felt a dull pain in my face. I fell to the ground, but then he grabbed me by the shirt and lifted me back up.
ざけんなよ。お前何してんだよ。
ちょっと川原くん。
探偵ごっこがなんか知らねえけど、余計なことしてるからこんなことになんだろうが。死んでてもおかしくなかったんだぞ。
川原くん。
He pushed me away violently. My face stung from the punch.
おう、青少年。世のビールはこれか。
はい。他にもいろいろ入っているそうです。
すまないな。
ゲンさん、ありがとうございました。川原くん、それゲンさんの家まで運ぶのを手伝ってもらえる？
いや、でも
お願い。
わかったよ。あの
Kawahara-kun glared at me for a minute, then picked up the cardboard box and left.
おう、タク。
ケンさん、なんで？
まあ、いろいろだな。おう、ジョーちゃん、養生しろよ。
はい。ゲンさんも。相変わらずひょうひょうとしてる人ね。
どうして？いや、じゃなくて、何があったんだ？大丈夫なのか
Kurusu's hand slowly stretched down to the wound on her stomach.
助けられたの。通りかかったゲンさんに刺したやつを取り押さえてくれた。あなたが仕掛けたカメラ、正確には伊藤くん？
それは。
まあいいね。とにかくカメラを外している時に妙なやつに声をかけられたの。聖なる結界の場所でどうしたこうした。意味がわからなかったけど、それでいきなり詰め寄られて。
And stabbed her.
まったくどこで売ってるのかしらね、ああいうナイフって。
Her voice was far more cheerful than I had expected it to be. For some reason, that made everything suddenly seem real. Kurusu had really been stabbed.
それでどうなったんだよ。
殴って逃げたに決まってるでしょ。そこにゲンさんが通りかかって取り押さえて、で110番。タクル？
傷は大丈夫なのか？
脇腹を軽く削ぐような傷だから内臓は無事。大丈夫。
おや、宮代くん。
来てたのか。久しぶりだな。玄ちゃんと川原少年はどうした？
帰ってもらったの。
例のお土産は？
渡しました。川原くんに頼んだから。
I see, Dad said as he scratched his head. It really had been a while since I had last seen Dad's face. Not since I had left the dorm.
佐久間さん、私はこれで。
ああ、そうでしたね。この度は、ののがすいませんでした。
いいえ、クルス君にはいつもお世話になっているので。じゃあ、クルス君、お大事にね。
ありがとうございます。ご迷惑おかけしました。
そうだ。宮代くんもいるならちょうどいいか。
The teacher turned around and scratched his head the same way Dad did.
ちょっと言いづらいんだけど、それにまあ君たちが完全に悪いってわけでもないんだけど、おそらく新聞部は活動を自粛してもらうことになると思う。こんなことが起きちゃった以上は。
I gave a weak nod. It didn't seem like there was anything I could do about it.
まあね、これもいい教訓だと思って。いや、失礼かな。つまりね。
先生。
はい。
お疲れ様でした。
Kurusu made a motion to shoo him away.
はい。
Kurusu suddenly sighed.
疲れた。
お前、教師からも怖がられてんのか。
違います。あの先生はいつもあんな感じなの。父さん、やっぱり上で休む。
大丈夫か？明日の診察までは寝てていいぞ。
痛み少しだけど引いてきたから。自分のベッドの方が楽。
運ばれた病院で薬何もらったんだ？
ファロとロキ。少し多めに飲んだの。あげませんからね。
バカか。タグ。もし熱が出たらすぐ言えよ。
Kurusu slowly got up. I noticed she was pushing herself up with her hands to avoid putting pressure on her stomach.
クルス、ごめん、僕が。
タクル、あなた今日泊まっていきなさい。
I knew her wounds had to hurt, but she was acting completely normal. That just made me feel even more depressed. I said yes in a voice so small, even I could barely hear it.
大丈夫よ。そんなにじっと見てなくても。
いや。
Kurusu slowly laid down on her bed. I told her I would help her get up to the third floor, but she had said it would just make it harder for her to walk. At least I could bring the blanket all the way up to her shoulders.
ありがとう。やっぱり違和感あるわね。看病される側って慣れてないの。ちゃんと冷やしときなさいよ。
Kurusu pointed to my cheek. She must have been talking about where Kawahara-kun hit me.
こんな時まで他人の心配するなよ。
And it was my fault that this had happened.
あなたね、言っておくけど。
Kurusu tried to raise her head up, but her wound must have hurt her because she grimaced and laid back down.
あなたのせいじゃないからね。刺されたのはあくまで私の責任。
でも僕がカメラなんて仕掛けなければ。
それは確かに褒められたことじゃないけど、でも予想できたことじゃないでしょ。
That was true, but...
カメラ返しておく。ユイがその辺に置いてくれてない？
I looked around the room and saw there was a paper bag on the desk. The camera I had had Ito set up was inside. There was some damage on a corner. It must have been dropped when she was stabbed.
どんなやつだったんだよ、その犯人。
暗くてよく見えなかったけど、2、30歳くらいの男。ごめん、電気消してくれる？仰向けに寝てると眩しい。
ああ。
I turned off the lights. Kurusu sighed to calm herself down.
ゲンさんに取り押さえられて、警官が来るまでわめき散らしてた。俺のネットの継承に気づかないお前たちごときがとか、犠牲者の聖なる使いの俺に触れるなとかね。
I suddenly realized that reminded me of something. It was the same with that stuff about a barrier that Kurusu was saying downstairs. Could he be?
あのページの管理人？
詳しくは明日警察の人が来ていくつか聞くことがあるって言ってたから、その時わかるとは思うけど。
It felt like her voice was shaking a little.
クルス。
なんでもない。大丈夫。
It was too dark to see clearly, but I could tell that she had her hand on her face. I finally realized that she was holding back tears. I swore at myself. Of course she is, damn it. She got stabbed in the stomach. Of course she's scared. Neither of us said anything for a while. I couldn't bring myself to say another word. Nothing I said would be right, and it felt like it would hurt her. I couldn't see her face. I didn't know if she was crying, but even if she wasn't crying, she might as well have been.
タクル？
I don't know how long I was silent for. My eyes had finally gotten used to the dark by the time she whispered.
言うとね、ラブレターもらったんですって。今野さん、覚えてる？
I didn't. I tried to remember, but maybe she wasn't expecting an answer.
5年生の時から同じクラスの。一度、ユウトが休んだ時にプリントを持ってきてくれたメガネをかけた子。それをクラスの男の子にからかわれたらしくて、それでユイが。
And then she started to go on in a quiet voice. She told me that Dad had been busy lately, that he was being as obnoxious as ever, that she had ordered him to stop drinking for a week today, that Yui was still afraid of men, but that she had made friends with a boy in her class, that Yuta wasn't getting any taller. He said it didn't bother him, but obviously it did, that the air conditioner in the living room wasn't working well, and she and Yui had cut Dad's allowance to buy a new one, that the two of them were saving up their own allowance too, that the old woman who was a regular at Aoba Clinic, the one who had taught Kurusu how to sew, wasn't doing so well lately, that she had mixed up a clothes hanger with a clothespin, and one of the patients had laughed at her. I listened to her for a long time, only speaking occasionally. Her voice gradually got softer, and eventually I realized that she was talking in her sleep. Then I realized something. Kurusu was telling me everything that had happened here in the 6 months I had been gone. What had happened at home, what Dad, Yui, and Yudo had been up to. She had been saying all this because she wanted me to know.
それでね。
As I waited for her to finish her sentence, I could hear her soft breathing. She had fallen asleep. I slowly stood up, careful not to make a sound. I adjusted the blanket over her once more and went to leave.
事件を追うのは
She was probably talking in her sleep. I heard the rest as I left the room, and I understood what she was saying all too well. My room hadn't changed at all since I had left it half a year ago. It still had the same old bookshelves, same old desk, and the same old bed. Everything was just as I remembered it.
本当にびっくりするくらい何も変わってないな。
I figured it would either have been turned into a storage room or be covered in dust.
そっか、スマホは。
I checked my pockets for my phone, only to realize I had dropped it at the hospital, and that those two weird people had picked it up. I couldn't do it. I tried to remember what happened at the hospital, but instead I found myself thinking about the girl in the next room. My body was tired. My brain was telling me I needed to think about everything that had happened tonight, but I felt too exhausted. So I took out the scrapbook from its usual spot on the shelf. The same articles, the same incidents from the past. I had seen them so many times. I was tired of reading about them. The newspaper article was from around 6 years ago, during the Shibuya earthquake. The title was Robbery at a Refugee Shelter. My parents' names were on the article. Miyashiro Sanio. Miyashiro Eriko. The article said that the two of them had been killed by an unknown assailant. When I had found out about this several months ago, I had left the dorm and went to live in Miyashita Park. I had been told about my parents' deaths when I had woken up from my coma about a year after the earthquake. But Dad and Kurusu had told me that they had died because of the earthquake. I closed the scrapbook and put it back on the shelf. The fact that my parents were murdered instead of simply dying in the earthquake was a shock to me. Well, considering the earthquake wasn't natural and it was actually caused by the machinations of a company, even if it was the earthquake, they would have been technically murdered, so... But I think it was a lot less of a shock than Dad and Kurusu expected. I had experienced the earthquake personally. I had seen for myself how awful the looting and robbery was. And my parents had neglected me and spent all their time at work. Neglect, a type of abuse. In this case, it refers to parental neglect of a child. Examples of neglect include failure to provide food, failure to provide care during a time of illness, failure to provide a child with a sanitary environment, failure to show interest in a child, failure to provide any type of general care. Neglect can also be shown to the elderly and disabled by those in a position to care for them. The 5.5 years that had passed since their murder crushed any desire I had to find the killer and take revenge. No, maybe I never would have wanted to take revenge in the first place. My curiosity just made me want to find them. It was a shock to me that Dad and Kurusu were keeping it secret. There were 2 rules at Ayuba Dorm. After dinner, everyone would gather around the table to talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. Just before I had left, we had had a huge fight. During the fight, Kurusu had told me she didn't want to make things any worse after I had woken up from my coma. But at the time, that sounded like nothing but an excuse. I thought we weren't supposed to keep secrets, Kurusu. I had called her by her last name. By the time I had calmed down enough to think about how she must have felt, I had already moved to Miyashita Park. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door.
Hi.
私、入っていい？
It was Yui's voice. I told her she could come in, and the door opened slowly.
どうした？
ちょっと。
The 2 of them were together, like usual. Yudo looked like he was so tired he could barely stand. The only reason she had brought him was probably because if he woke up in the dark alone, he would be scared. This was another sight that brought back a lot of memories.
久しぶり、タクルに。
ああ、ダメだろ、こんな時間に。
I didn't know how late it was, but it was probably long past 3.
ちょっとくらいいいじゃん。ののね、大丈夫そうだった？
うん。今は寝てるよ。
そっか、よかった。
Yui looked truly relieved.
まったく、ののねもいくら日課だからってあんな時間にお参りなんて行くから。
え？
タクル兄からも言っといてよね。
クルスがお参りだって。
え？うん、帰ってきた時にそう言ってたよ。
My heart skipped a beat. What was Kurusu doing? How much could she?
タクル兄ちゃん。
Yudo suddenly opened his eyes.
どうした？
なんでも。
Then he put his head against Yui's shoulder and stopped moving. Yui sighed and held Yudo up so that he didn't fall over.
タクルに何があったか知らないけどさ、とっとと帰ってきてよね。お風呂の掃除当番溜まってるんだから。あと買い出し当番も。
I froze, unsure of what to say. Yui gave up on holding him steady and put him on her back.
部屋綺麗でしょ？のの姉がいつも掃除してるから。じゃあおやすみ。
ああ。
I slid my hand across the desk. There wasn't a single speck of dust. The second I saw this, I felt a sharp pain deep in my nose, and my vision blurred. I sat down, unable to stand. I felt the familiar sensation of the chair and stared at the wall I had seen a million times before. When I had left here, the biggest thing I felt wasn't rage at being betrayed by Dad and Kurusu. It was that I was different than everyone else. After I had gotten so sick of the wrong-siders in elementary school that I had just stopped going altogether, and after my parents had neglected me, this was the one place in my life that had been different. Kurusu, Yui, and Yudo had all lost their parents in the earthquake, just like me. This was a family made of people who had all gone through the same thing. But I was different. I wasn't just a victim. I was a victim whose parents had been murdered. I was the one person who was different. I was special. I wasn't like everyone else. Then the tears started to flow. In my head, I apologized to Kurusu again and again as I sat there unable to get up from my chair. A man who looked like the sumo sticker asked for someone for directions. At approximately 5 on October 6th near Shoto First Avenue, Shibuya, a girl walking home from school was asked by a suspicious man, "Do you know where I can get some chanko?" Chanko is a favorite dish of sumo wrestlers. The man who was asking her was around 30 years old, 170 centimeters tall, heavy-set with black hair, whose face looked very similar to the face on the sumo stickers. Always stay on well-lit, heavily traveled roads. Carry a personal alarm with you. Information released by Shibuya Police. I LOL'd. Give the poor guy a break. Is it wrong for a fat guy to want some chanko? It's a jungle out there these days. People like us can't do anything without getting the cops called. Whose face looked very similar to the face on the sumo stickers. Are they sure he wasn't an actual sumo wrestler? Why? What's he got to do with the sumo stickers? So now you're a suspicious person just for asking directions. What the hell? I'ma be honest, talking to a schoolgirl was a no-no. Talking to a schoolboy would also be a no-no. The only safe option would be to go find a sumo wrestler and ask him. Actually, I think I saw this guy a week ago. He was running down Tamagawa Dori, really sweaty. He kept mumbling, "Chunko, Chunko, Chunko." He really did look like the sumo sticker guy. Where'd that thingy go? Where'd the thingy go? I have lost a thingy and my thingy is missing. There you are. He really did look like the sumo sticker guy. Maybe he was the model for them. What's a sumo sticker? Someone tell me. Someone tell me if he ever actually got his chonko. This thing. I would piss myself if a guy like that talked to me. A guy who looks just like the sumo stickers. Says who? The news said they found a sumo sticker at the scene of the Love Hotel killing last month. Maybe this guy was the murderer. Like maybe he places a sticker each time he commits a murder. Japan is such a peaceful place. Get thee to a sumo ring. In other words, he's been looking for his chonko for a whole week. Let's hope when they rescue him, they give him chonko instead of katsudon. Anyway, I feel like some chonko now.
少しずつでも確実に力士シールというものが 人々の間に不確実な噂として浸透し始めていた。噂は集団の中で憶測を呼び、ありもしない幻影、つまりは妄想を生み出していく。一度動き出した歯車はもう誰にも止められないのだということに僕らは気づいていなかった。
2. As the whole school got excited for the start of the culture festival in 2 days, our club room was as quiet as a tomb. The only sound was Sarika's occasional fiddling with her cell phone strap. But that would quickly stop, and only the silence would remain. Kazuki had even stopped playing ESO2. Everyone had looked miserable when they had heard about Kurusu.
ごめんごめん。お待たせ。
The teacher came in with his usual dopey grin.
会議が長引いちゃってね。無茶なこと言われるこっちの立場も考えてほしいもんだよね。まったく。
He looked around at us and scratched his head.
新聞部のことなんだけれど。
Everyone looked at him. That's why we had been waiting to hear what he had to say.
やっぱり当分の間は活動休止にするそうだ。
Shut down. I repeated the words in my mind.
決定ですか？
こうなっちゃった以上はね。
Kurusu hadn't told Yui and Yudo, but before she had been taken to the hospital, the police had asked her several questions. She had had to tell them what she was doing out there. Of course she would, otherwise she would have no reason to explain the camera. And after the incident at the Love Hotel, the teachers probably had it out for us to begin with. Thinking back, it was a miracle we weren't shut down after the Love Hotel case.
ただ、一個条件というか命令というか、罪滅ぼしっていうんじゃないんだろうけど、なんて言ったらいいかな。
いや、何でもいいですから。何です？
He looked down at the paper he was holding.
君たち、渡部智明って知ってるかい？
ネット記者のですか？
そうそう、ニコニア動画の。宮代くんよく知ってるね。
いえ。
Of course I knew it. He was famous to anyone who used Nikonia, and the club had just been talking about the video he made the other day. And a lot of the class knew about him from his job at Nikonia too.
彼から文化祭で新聞部と対談したいっていうオファーが来てるんだ。
は？
なんで？
さあね、もともとうちの文化祭を渡部さんは取材することになっていたらしいんだけどね。ほら、うちって結構有名だから。
Was it about the Restoration Festival? It was true that our culture festival was considered to be part of the run-up to the big Shibuya Restoration Festival.
で、その際にぜひ新聞部と対談したいって言うんだ。なんでも君たちが作成した新聞に興味があるらしくてね。
マジかよ。
The newspaper we had made. He was probably talking about the video we had made on the sumo stickers, the one that had gotten all those views because Watabe had come out with the same article at almost the same time.
僕は知らなかったんだけど、最近結構有名な人らしいじゃないか。それで学校側としては断りにくくてね。活動は休止だけど、その対談だけはこなしてほしいって言うんだよ。対面として。いいかな？
い いいかなって言われても。
It was all so sudden that I was having a hard time processing it. And wait.
学校側からの指示なんですよね。
He nodded. Then we didn't have the right to refuse, did we?
わかりました。
よかった。いやー、本当は廃部って言われてたところ、この件で粘って休止にしてもらったからさ。
That wasn't funny.
対談は文化祭初日、あさってだから。細かい段取りはまた明日連絡するよ。あとそれからクルス君からの伝言なんだけど。部の活動自体は本日から休止だから、文化祭の記録映像を撮ったりはもうできない。その代わり生徒会の手伝いをしてほしいそうだ。自分の空いた穴を埋めてくれって。
そっか、のんちゃん会長だもんね。
今度の文化祭は盛り上がってるからね。手が足りないんだ。生徒会顧問としてもぜひ頼むよ。
Normally, I would turn down any request from the student council. Right now, it didn't bother me at all.
わかりました。
助かるよ。じゃあ後で生徒会室に顔を出してね。
渡部と対談ってマジか。
That was a pretty big deal, yes. No one had come to interview the newspaper club since its founding. This wasn't entirely a good thing. The club had been shut down. We were still having an interview with someone famous. More than anything, I thought about Rusu, who was still at home in bed. Sarika stood up from her seat. She walked over to the windowsill and opened the window. Chilly air blew into the room. She suddenly leaned out the window and screamed. And then she leaned back inside and closed the window.
よし、切り替えよう。タク、しんちゃん、はなちゃん。ほら、タク、仕切ってよ。
え？
のんちゃんからの頼まれ事でしょ。やれるとこからやろう。
Sarika looked right at me as she spoke. Ito and Kazuki turned toward me as well.
タク？
Fine, fine. I slapped myself on the cheeks to help me focus. The place where Kawahara-kun hit me still stung.
よし。じゃあまず、伊藤、生徒会室に行って生徒会から何をやればいいか指示を仰いできてくれるか。
俺？お前は？
僕は行かない方がいい。
I pointed to my cheek. Ito nodded. Kawahara-kun was the vice president of the student council.
ああ、私も行くよ。
わかった。じゃあ和樹は。
She was going back to her game.
何すればいいか分かったら手伝ってくれよ。
うん。
She nodded just a little.
お前は？
渡部との対談の準備をしておくよ。多分力士シールの動画に関することだと思うけど。
だよな。何なんだろうな、このタイミングで。
That was a good question, yeah. Why would a reporter come meet the people who had ended up starting a flame war over one of his articles? He definitely wasn't coming to apologize.
しんちゃん行くよ
ああ
I pulled Watabe's article up on the PC screen.
まだ緩く炎上してるな。
The pace of the comments was starting to slow down, but they remained basically negative. There was no way Watabe wouldn't have noticed that. Of course, he would have noticed our video as well. A lot of comments were posting the link.
なんだって言うんだ。
Did he want to ask us something about the sumo stickers? No, he wouldn't need to do an interview if that was the case. And in any event, he had uploaded a close-up photo of the sumo sticker at Revolving Dead, which we hadn't been able to incorporate into our video, even though we had been at the scene. We had had to go back to the Love Hotel and upload a photo we had taken from the street. To be honest, our article was basically the same as his, but his photos were a lot better. I couldn't imagine there was anything he wanted to ask
もし
us.
かして病院のこと？
That was impossible. No one but me and Sarika knew about it. No, there was no point in thinking about it. I needed to get ready for the interview and then do what Karusu asked me. Something bothered me, so I went over to the board.
回転デッドの力士シールのアップの画像は
I carefully removed the one that was on the board. I knew it.
表情が違ってる。
I went back in front of the map and put the picture back on. The photo that we had taken of the sticker and the sticker in Watabe's article were different. What was going on with that? Once everyone got back to the club room, I planned to talk with them about it. October 8th, 2015, Thursday, 11:45, the Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. The town was silent, as if it didn't even know she was there. She was standing before the names of the dead, as unmoving as the stone in front of her. In fact, it was hard to tell that she wasn't dead herself. The wind that blew down from the tops of the buildings refused to touch her scraggly hair. The eyes that poked out through her hair were cloudy and lifeless, and her lip was pressed into a frown. She must not have bathed recently, because the smell around her was terrible. Her black clothes melted into the darkness, making the red jacket stand out a little against the gloom. A sound came from her lips. She pressed her jaw together as if trying to crush a piece of meat. Her leg dragged along as she started to walk, her head facing the ground. In that moment she stood out from the scene around her. The hair pressed against her face made it impossible to read her expression. But the most noticeable thing about her wasn't the stench or the sound of her gritting teeth. It was her anger and rage. That anger and rage covered everything about her. Her legs came to a stop. She reached out a glove-covered hand and touched a name on the memorial. She dug her fingernail into it. She scratched again. and again as if trying to rub it out. Her nail broke inside the glove, unable to handle the force. But she didn't stop. She ignored the blood dribbling out of her glove as if she didn't feel any pain. Red continued to stain the memorial stone. The date changed. It was now October 9th. There was only one day left until October 10th, the date of the next New Generation Madness killing. I apologize for the wait. The test images, spreading rapidly as expected, maintain things as they are. Chapter 3 School Festival. October 9th, 2015, Friday.
さて、以上のように、私の取材によって一連の事件は、ニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれた、あの事件を踏襲していると断言しても良いと思われるわけですが、その事実に、この私とほぼ同じくして気づいた動画がアップされていたのも、皆さんご存知でしょうか。そうです。渋谷区にある碧峰学園の新聞部による動画です。私のようにジャーナリズムを目指すと思われる若者たちがこうして育ってきていることは非常に喜ばしい限りです。そして当の渋谷ではあの忌まわしい事件からの再出発を記念すべく近々復興祭が行われることになっています。それに先立ちまして私はその碧峰学園にて明日文化祭が行われるという情報を入手いたしました。そう、その通り。さすが勘のいい皆さんはすでにお分かりのようですが、明日の午後文化祭中である碧峰学園に赴き新聞部に突撃インタビューを行おうと考えております。ジャーナリズムを目指す若者たちの今、そしてもちろん彼らがどのようにして私と同じ情報を得事件の裏に隠された共通点に到達することができたのかを突っ込んで聞いてみたいと思います。彼らとの対話によっては事件の犯人像にさらに近づけるかもしれません。真実の追求、それが我々ジャーナリストの使命であり証であります。それでは本日の放送はここまでです。明日の対談、果たしてどんな話が飛び出すのか、そして事件の真相はお見逃しなく。
お疲れ様でした。
何がジャーナリストの使命だ。いや、なんでもないよ。
そうっすか。それより見てくださいよ、今日のカウント数新記録ですよ。それだけ世間の注目が高いってことっすね。
当たり前だろ、俺がやってんだから。いや、
そうっすか。まあ明日の放送も楽しみにしてますよ。
任せておけ。明日はもっとカウントいく放送にしてやるよ。そう、この俺の手でな。
I put the cardboard box I was carrying down on the desk. Finally, I was able to relax. Compared to the physical therapy I had done after my coma, this was nothing, but my arms and legs were sore.
だいたいどうして僕たちが生徒会の仕事なんて。
そりゃ俺たちが生徒会に迷惑かけちまったからだろ。
Ito was standing next to the windowsill, where the warm sunlight was pouring in. He looked comfortable. There was no one in the room but me and him.
確かに生徒会の仕事を手伝う約束はしたけどさ、いくらなんでもこき使いすぎだ。
I had been running around all day, carrying one thing or another. Everyone, myself most of all, knew that I wasn't cut out for physical labor. And what's more,
Ito,
how the hell could he be playing with a smartphone when I was working so hard? After I complained, he said,
んなこと言ったって、クレーム対応は嫌だって言ったのはお前だろ。
With just one day left until the festival, all the clubs had complaints and demands to make of the student council. They had asked for someone who could listen to them and relay them to the student council, and I decided there was no way I could do that, so I left it to Ito.
それより見たか、これ。
Ito showed me his phone, which he had been playing with.
なんだ？
さっき渡部が配信してたんだよ。明日のこといろいろ喋ってたぞ。
え
？Just like Ito said, the phone was playing a video that had gone up in the last half hour.
それに見ろよ、このカウント数。最近の報道でどんどん伸びてるっぽいし、明日は期待してもいいかもな。
期待ね。
なんだよ、そのリアクション。お前だって昨日は興奮してただろ。
I won't deny that I got a little excited when I had heard about tomorrow's interview. However,
やっぱりいいように利用されているだけの気がするんだよな。そもそもあの情報自体、僕たちの方が早く配信してたんだぞ。それを渡部はいかにも同じタイミングだったみたいに扱ってる。
it was a common media trick to suggest things that weren't true without actually lying.
自分の方が後出しだったってことをうやむやにしようとしてるってわけか？
ああ。
And it also felt like he was trying to use all the blame wars to up his view counts.
仮にそうだとしたらどうするんだよ、明日のインタビュー。
別に普通に受けるよ。それが学校側からの条件なんだから。
No. Honestly, I would like to shoot him down and show him up as a liar. The second I started to get a little excited, the mark left on my cheek after Kawahara-kun hit me started to ache. For now, I needed to focus on helping the student council, not the case.
あれ、そういえば川原君は？
ああ、なんだっけ。校庭にあっただろ。風鈴だかなんだか飾るやつ。
ああ、願い事がどうとかいう。
One of the classes was doing something about the Shibuya earthquake. They had said they were making an area where you would write your wish on a sheet of paper that would be tied to a wind chime. We had been told to submit something, but I hadn't. To be honest, I didn't really like stuff like that.
あれの設置で走り回ってるってさっき。
あ。
Speak of the devil. Kawahara-kun frowned a little when he saw me. He started to open his mouth, but closed it, glanced at Ito, and then sighed, something in him deciding to just give up.
終わったのか? え?
Kawahara-kun was looking at the box I had been carrying.
はい。じゃあ、次は受付にパンフ運んでくれ。パンフレットですね。わかりました。
いってらっしゃい。
I glared at Ito, then picked up the box with the pamphlets and went to leave the student council room. Kawahara-kun was still frowning at me. That's strange. I was sure he would say something about Kurusu, or at least insult me. After I finished carrying the pamphlets, I went to buy a drink from the vending machine. If I didn't get some caffeine from a mountain view, I wasn't going to be able to move for much longer. Someone was tugging at the hem of my uniform. I quickly turned around.
はい、なんでしょう。って和樹か。脅かすなよ。
She had been sent to help with her class's display, which was just about finished up.
クラスの仕事終わったのか？だったら生徒会の方の手伝いを頼む。
Kazuki tugged even harder at my uniform.
いや、だから生徒会の手伝いを。もしかしてついてこいって言ってるのか。
She nodded. Her expression hadn't changed, but seemed like she was having some kind of trouble. What was going on? Did she want me to help with something? I needed to get back to the student council room. But it was incredibly rare for Kazuki to actually come to me for help. It wouldn't be right to just ignore her. Well, I may as well go.
わかったよ。だから引っ張るなって。
I decided to follow Kazuki. Kazuki stopped in front of some large object with a vinyl covering on top of it. What was this thing? Kazuki stared at it for a moment and then pointed at it.
もしかしてこれを運ばなきゃならないとか？
She nodded, but what was this thing anyway? She took a piece of paper out of her pocket. It looked like some kind of handmade flyer. In bright colors and big letters it said, Class 1A, let's build a gun barrel project. Gun Barrel, short for Mobile Battler Gun Barrel, a 3-part anime series that aired from 2012 to 2015. The show features a total of 155 episodes. The program took a unique approach to marketing, broadcasting in 110 countries before releasing in Japan, causing a boom to occur in those countries far before it did in Japan. It was created to target the teenage male demographic with toys and other merchandise produced for it, just like any other mecha anime. However, the Egyptian mythology motive behind its story and the impressive CGI battles made it popular enough to receive a movie adaptation. Despite this, the final episode of the third season was recently and inexplicably cancelled in a very controversial move even among the show's biggest fans. The story is about Dodo Genki, a 14-year-old boy who pilots a martial arts robot known as a Cog Trooper. A global scale epic unfolds around him, spanning the past, present, and future. The season 1 theme song was sung by a gothic punk band known as Phantasm, which had a fairly large cult following at the time.
頑張れるってアニメの？
Gun Barrel was an anime that started back when I was in middle school. While most anime these days only lasted 3 to 6 months, Gun Barrel had been on forever. In fact, it had just ended the other day, and some idiot had decided to cancel it just before the last episode could air. This had caused a huge uproar. All this made Gun Barrel a truly legendary anime.
これって和樹のクラスの展示物？
Stream elements.
I see. They
Stay
must
moist,
have been
my
attempting
friends.
to make a model
Hydrate.
of the robot from the anime, and so they had made all the parts in the courtyard, and now they had to get them to their classroom.
でもなんで和樹が一人で運ばなきゃならないんだ？クラスの連中は？
I followed Kazuki's gaze over to the entrance and saw students in pairs happily carrying large objects covered in sheets.
なるほど。ぼっちには辛い状況だな。
Don't kick me in the shin. And if you're going to kick me in the shin, don't do it so hard.
誰がぼっちだ？違うわ。今日はたまたま仲のいい子が休んでるだけだから。すまん、僕の勘違いだ。
I decided to play along.
で、僕にどうしろと？
代わりに運ぶのを手伝えって？でもこれって重いんじゃないのか？
Don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes. Fine. Normally, I would have found some way to get out of it, but if Kurusu wanted the culture festival to succeed, I didn't have a choice. I reached down to grab the object under the sheet.
よし、そっち回って。さあ、いっせーので持ち上げるぞ。行くぞ。いっせーの。おい。お前リズム感ないのか？完全にずれてるぞ。遅い。
We weren't in sync at all. She would lift up a moment or two after I did. Because of that, we almost dropped it to the ground.
僕が悪いみたいな顔をするなよ。もう一回やるぞ。いっせー。今度は早っ。もういい。和樹に僕が合わせるから、とにかく持ち上げろ。
As she started to lift, I did too. We staggered but managed to keep it steady.
よし。
それじゃこのまま運ぼう。
We slowly headed toward Kazuki's classroom, counting 1, 2, 1, 2 to keep ourselves in unison. Of course, I was the only one who actually spoke.
そこんとこ角になってるからな。気をつけろよ。
We made it to the stairs. This was where things got hard.
先に登って。そうそう。そのままゆっくりゆっくり。踏み外すな。踏み外すんじゃないぞ。
But making Kazuki go up first so that I could hold it from the bottom was a mistake.
あ、おい。
Even after all my warnings, Kazuki slipped and... Damn it, I told you not to trip. We were just lucky we hadn't climbed up that much.
大丈夫か、カズキ。
This situation is... something you see all the time in anime, isn't it? Anyway, I need to do something about this. Kazuki is so light, though. Well, she isn't very tall, but she has a pretty good body. So actually, wait, what am I thinking? What if someone comes by and sees us? This girl's hopeless. Better do something quick. But part of me wants to enjoy this sensation a little more. No, knowing Kazuki, there was no way. I just needed to get this done.
カズキ、怪我はないか。ほら、じゃあ立って、早いところこれ持っていこう。
Fortunately, the gun barrel part wasn't damaged at all. We headed to Kazuki's classroom, being careful not to trip this time.
1の A、ここか。
A girl near the entrance saw Kazuki and ran over. She looked like a normal, average girl.
カズキ、運んできてくれたんだ。てっきりバックれたのかと思ってた。あれ？てか、こっちの人は？
あ、いや、その。
ああ、知ってる。確か新聞部の。明日渡部と対談するって。
How did she know?
君は？
あ、大河内って言います。
いや、名前じゃなくて知ってるんですか？その渡部との。
やだ、みんな知ってますよ。噂になってるし。
That surprised me. I thought that only a few people at school would know about Nico Neo Reporter. I had no idea a girl like this, who didn't look like she kept up with the news at all, would know about it. And there were even rumors going around about it.
頑張ってくださいね。楽しみにしてますから。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Kazuki ignored the two of us and took the part inside and silently put it on the floor. No one tried to help her. But as I went over to her...
わざわざすいません。あとはこっちでやっとくんで、そこに置いといてください。
That girl, Okuchi, said that to me. I did as I was asked and left the room, and then Kazuki followed me.
何？
She offered me a lollipop.
くれるのか？
Was this her way of thanking me? But
それ食べかけだろ。
she sighed and put it back in her mouth, then took out a small bag from her skirt pocket. It was dried squid.
どうも。手が空いたら生徒会の方も手伝ってくれよ。一応部員なんだから。
Kazuki shrugged and walked up the stairs. Maybe she was going back to the club room to play her game some more. I probably couldn't count on her help. October 9th, 2015, Friday. Tashida Hiroko was working at her part-time job as a grocery store cashier. Her husband was always out working late, but he didn't actually make any money. His airheaded personality meant that he was perennially stuck in lower management. Her son was in college and spent all his time playing. She was spending a lot of money to send him there, but he had grown into a selfish boy who constantly demanded cars and trips. Of course, their budget was always stretched to the limit. They hadn't built up any kind of savings. They lived in Shibuya, true, but she had to live with her in-laws, which didn't make things easy at all. The idea of going to lunch with her friends from the neighborhood seemed as remote as the fiction she saw paraded on the news every night. She wanted an easier life. Lately, she had been all sighs. Yesterday, she had actually sighed at work and gotten a warning from her boss. The store where she worked was along Meiji-dori, about a 5-minute walk from Shibuya. The lunchtime rush had ended. Things were calming down. She wanted to take a little break, but it wasn't break time
合
yet.
計で3127円になります。
The woman in front of her, who was taking out her wallet, was one she had seen several times before. She wore fancy clothes and had a slender, attractive body. Her makeup was perfect, too. Even when she was only going shopping at a supermarket, she must live in a different world. Maybe she was what they called a celebrity wife. The woman seemed very anxious as she waited for her to finish. Tashida hadn't even handed over her change yet, and she had already lifted up her shopping basket. What was bothering her so much? Was she feeling sick? She did seem a little pale. Tashida wondered about her, but they didn't have enough of a relationship that she felt comfortable asking. She handed her the receipt and her change, and the woman quickly left. Tashida greeted the next customer and then gasped. It was a man. And he was wearing a mask. The mask had the same design as those things called sumo stickers. She had heard about the stickers on the news several days ago. She had learned that lately they were popular in Shibuya and nowhere else. She had seen them several times on her way to and from work. It was a disgusting design, and the idea of Shibuya being overrun with the things made her sick. And this man was wearing a mask with the same design. That meant she couldn't see his face. His clothes were completely normal. They weren't particularly filthy, and he didn't look like a pervert or a crazy man. But that made it even stranger that he would be wearing a mask to hide his face, and the one so poorly constructed that was obviously handmade. Was this why the last customer had seemed so anxious? The man was standing completely still. He didn't say anything to Tashida, and then she realized that she had been staring at his face for quite a long time.
すみません。いらっしゃいませ。
She looked inside his shopping basket. It was filled with several bowls of instant ramen and a single 2-liter.
4378円になります。
As she gave him the total, she happened to see the customers in the other lanes. This time she was struck completely silent. It wasn't just her register. Every single register had a customer wearing a mask. There were so many of them, and they were all standing silently. There were already 10 people lined up at her register, and all of them were wearing sumo sticker masks. The store never got this busy, even at lunchtime on a Saturday. The only thing the people in the masks had in common was that they were men. They all wore different clothes. A tall man in a sweatshirt, a fat middle-aged man in running clothes, a well-built man in a sweater, and so on and so on. Not all of them looked like they had steady jobs, but not all of them looked like they were unemployed, and not one of them said a word. They just stood there in line, masks on their head and baskets in their hands. The noisy supermarket suddenly fell silent. All the other employees and customers stared at the men in the masks, eyes wide. On my way to the student council room, I remembered that I had been planning on getting a mountain view and headed back to the vending machines. Only caffeine and carbonation, combined within the mightiest of drinks, could quench my thirst. Just as I was about to put my coin in the slot, I heard a voice I recognized.
尾上？お前、手が足りないクラスの手伝いをしてるんじゃないのか？
そう、それそれ。お願いだから助けて。
She grabbed my hand and yanked me forward.
ちょっと待ってくれ。さっきからあちこち動きっぱなしで。
それどころじゃないんだってば。とにかくタクがいないと。ああ、見つけた。
I heard the exact same phrase that I had heard a moment ago.
先輩方、チャオっす。やあやあ、今日もお二人仲が良さそうで何よりです。
え？有村さん。
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
I remembered the words she had said before. It was definitely Arimura who was in front of me now. The one at the murder scene, and the one who had been talking to a detective about the case. I could feel myself starting to sweat.
有村さん、なんで？
やだな、後輩なんだから呼び捨てでいいって言ってるじゃないですか。ねえ、リカ。リカ？名前、セリカでしょ？やだ？じゃあ、セリでファイナルアンサー？ファイナルなのかアンサーなのか。アンサー。ついでに私のことはヒナでいっから。はい、声に出して言ってみよう。せーの。な？ダメ、たどたどしいぞ。もう一回。ひな。まだちょっち硬いけどいいとすっか。じゃよろしくね、セリ。 うん。
What was she doing? This wasn't the same Arimura-san who had told me I was going to be killed. This was how she was when she talked to her classmates. This only made me wonder. Was she planning something? What was she doing in the Love Hotel that day?
お、どうしたんですか、宮代先輩。視線が熱いですよ。
あ、いや。
もしや、私に惚れちゃいましたか？タク、そうなの？
違う、そうじゃ。
もう、そんな否定しなくても素直になっちゃいなよ、ユウ。あ、でも言っときますけど、私に惚れると怪我するぜよ。
It was no good. I couldn't keep up with her energy.
というわけでセリ、宮代先輩借りてくぜ。
は？
Before I could say anything, Arimura-san wrapped her arm around mine and pulled me away.
あれ？ヒナ？アディオスグラッシャーセリー、また来年。何ですか？
話してもらえませんか？
あはは、これは気が回りませんで。
She bopped herself on the head and let go of my arm. And then she led me further down the hall, humming as she went. What was she doing? It felt like she was up to something. She must have noticed I wasn't moving because she suddenly turned around.
やだな、そんなあからさまに用心しないでくださいよ。ひのちゃん悲しい。
She pretended to cry.
一体どこまでが本気なんだ。わけがわからない。
ほら、ここです。ささ、入って。
She pointed to an empty classroom. What was she planning on doing here?
でも
大丈夫ですって。取って食ったりなんかしませんからね。
いや、ちょっと。
Damn it. In the end, I gave in and went into the classroom.
さてと。先輩にここに来てもらった理由、わかりますか？
いえ。
Of course not.
心当たりないです？
That was the only thing I could think of. But seeing the way she acted today, it was hard to believe that she was the same girl.
どっちの姿が本当の彼女なんだろう。
Maybe. If what I was remembering was the real her, then the reason she brought me here must be... It had to be that...
事件のことですか
？Arimura-san's expression turned serious. I gulped repeatedly, feeling a little overwhelmed.
その僕も聞きたかったんですけど、あの事件の。
何のことですか？
Arimura-san suddenly smiled. She was smiling, but her voice made it clear that she was refusing to answer my question. I would have liked it more if she had been frowning. I opened my mouth as if being pushed forward by some indescribable fear.
今さらとぼけたって無駄だと思います。あの現場に君がいたことは確かなんですから。君はどうしてあそこにいたんですか？
She was looking at me. I couldn't read any kind of emotion in her eyes. I almost stepped back, but stopped myself.
なんか先輩、刑事さんみたいっすね。
And now she was back to her casual tone of voice.
なんだよこの子。
あの人は古い友人で、時々ああして会っていろいろと話を聞いてただけっすよ。
That was what she had said before when she was meeting with a detective named Shinjo-san at Cafe Lax.
だから先輩が思ってるような関係じゃないですから、残念でした。
は？残念？
お、とぼけますか？あんなところで落ち合ってたんだから、エッチな想像してたんでしょ。もう男子ってみんなそうですよね。やらしい。
いや、違う、そうじゃなくて。
またまた、こんなところに連れてきたから本当はちょっと期待してたんでしょ。でしょ。
だからそういうのじゃなくて。
It made sense now that she mentioned it, but honestly, the idea hadn't occurred to me at all.
僕はただ純粋に
Arimura-san looked at me with narrow eyes, as if she was judging me. What was that about?
私が先輩をここに連れてきたのは、宮代先輩のことが知りたくなったからです。
僕のことが？
というわけで。
She started to rustle through the contents of a cardboard box that had been beneath the desk. What's she getting out? What's she going to do with me?
だからそんなに警戒しちゃ嫌ですよ。これ手伝ってほしいだけですから。
It was a huge stack of papers.
これって？
今からこれ製本するんで手伝ってください。いやー、友達に頼まれちゃって。ほら、私って頼まれると断れないタイプじゃないですか。
No, I didn't know that.
待ってください。どうして君が頼まれたことに僕が借り出されなきゃいけないんですか？
交換条件で学食の食券2週間分くれるって言うんですもん。
だからそれにどうして僕が？
愚問な。そんなの2人でやった方が早いからに決まってるじゃないですか。
いや、全然理由になって。
まあまあ、細けいことはいいんですよ。まずはこっちのページから折っていきますよ。
She handed me a stack of printouts without waiting for my response.
ほらほら、口を動かす前に手を動かす人になりましょ
う。Then she ignored me and started to work. I guess that meant she didn't intend to tell me anything else about the case. The detective had said that Kakita, the victim in the revolving dead case, had been murdered, and that she was cooperating and exchanging information with him. But if I asked her about that, she would find out that I had overheard her conversation at Cafe Lax. In the end, I was forced to help make pamphlets for one of the younger classes that I knew nothing about.
もうすぐ復興祭っすね。
あ、うん。そうですね。
やりにくいな。
え、何がですか？
それっすよ、それ。後輩なんだから敬語はいらないって言ってるじゃないですか。
そうですよね。
うん。まあ、いっか。そのうちおいおい後々後々ってことで。で、何の話でしたっけ？そう思い出した。復興祭。復興祭って言えば校庭にあるあの風鈴の飾り、先輩なんて書きました？
ああいうの好きじゃ。
え？
いや、なんでも。
Oh no, I had said what I was really thinking.
僕それ書いてないです。言われたの忘れてて。
なんすかそれ、協調性ないですな。
I couldn't argue with that, but I had a feeling that no one got along with the group as well as Arimura-san.
でも、そっか、その手があったか。私もそうすればよかったかもな。
I couldn't tell if she was faking or not, but at least on the surface she seemed sincere.
有村さんはなんて？
知りたいっすか？
She brought her face up close to mine.
いや、まあ。
私はね秘密です。乙女の秘密は高いのですよ。
What? I really didn't understand. There was the Arimura-san I was talking to right now, and the Arimura-san I had seen with Shindo-san, and the one that told me I was going to be killed. Which one was the real Arimura-san?
よし、できた。
え？
ちょっと先輩、まだ終わってないんすか？遅い。
ごめんなさい。
しょうがない。私が手伝ってあげるんで半分貸してください。
ありがとう。
No, wait, why am I saying thanks? There's no reason for me to be doing any of this anyway, is there? What am I doing?
よし、できた。
I reached up to stretch my arms, and every joint in my shoulders, back, and hips cracked. I had been helping people all day, and my body felt like it was reaching its limit.
先輩のおかげで思ったより早く終わりました。グラッチェグラッチェ。
それで完成したこれはどこへ？
いいっすいいっす。それは取りに来てもらいますから。
そう。
I thought of asking her about the case again, but decided against it. To be honest, the look in her face I had seen last time still scared me.
それじゃあ僕はここで。
あ、先輩、ちょい待ちです。
え？
明日、渡部さんとの対談ありますよね。
あ、うん、ありますけど。
Even Ari Mura-san knew about that.
友達もみんな噂してますよ。今や先輩は注目の的。
Kazuki's classmates had been talking about it too. I guess it really is a big deal. That just shows how famous Watabe is, I guess.
で、お願いがあるんですけど。
Her suddenly sweet voice made my heart skip a beat, but I tried my best to hide it.
何ですか？
その対談の時にあのスクープの元になった画像どうやって撮ったか聞いてくれませんか？
え？
The photo for his big scoop.
渡部さんの記事に貼ってあったあの画像のことです。
Was that what she was talking about?
どうしてそんなことを？
まあまあいいじゃないですか。細かいことは気にしない。明るく楽しくいきましょうよ。
だけど。
わかった。わかりました。じゃあこれあげますから、ひなえちゃんとの約束。
Ari Mira's hand slid something into my chest pocket and pushed me out into the hallway.
ちょっと。
じゃ、助かりました。アディオスグラッシャー。
I took out the thing she had put into my pocket.
食券?
And only 3 days worth. The nerve. Now that I was alone, everything about Ari Mura-san somehow seemed off. Everything that had happened, everything that she had said, seemed like it was covered in lies. Everything, including the reward I had been given, made it seem like I was being tricked. October 9th, 2015, Friday. Shinjo took out a picture of the face of the man who had stabbed Kurusu, then showed it to Kunosato.
そちらの読み通り、こいつと病院に入院していた例のイラストレーターとはつながりがあった。
Kunosato didn't really react. She listened to him speak as if she knew everything he was going to say already.
同じ高校の同級生だ。一時は原作と絵を2人で分担して共同のペンネームで漫画を描いていたこともあるらしい。
そいつらが一連の猟奇殺人の犯人だという可能性は、アリバイはあるのか
？2人とも1年ほど前から病室もしくは部屋に引きこもりだ。イラストレーターの方は病院の監視カメラにもその記録が残ってる。壁砲の生徒を刺した男の方は家族の証言に頼るしかないが、警察に駆けつけてきた時、
And then a phone rang. Kunosato picked it up without saying a word to Shinjo.
私です。
Even from here, he could tell exactly how annoyed Arimura Hinae was. But Kunosato cut her off before she could say a word.
ごねるつもりか、それとも報告か、どっちだ？
そういうところが。
Kunosato had no intention of listening to her complaints. Did she do as she was told? Did she get any results? That's all Kunosato wanted to hear.
どっちなんだ？
した。これでいいんですよね。
よし、明日は当然お前も立ち会え。直接だ。出なければ意味がない。
こういうのやめてもらえませんか？いろいろめんどくさいんです。私はあなた方に協力する気は。
Kuno Sato hung up before she could finish her sentence. Shinjo was glaring at her.
どうした？続けろ。
今のは有村さんだろう。こちらに無断で進めるのはやめてくれないか。
代替案のない批判は誹謗に過ぎないし、誹謗は暇人か無能であることの証明だぞ。続けろ。
お前な。
Shinjo frowned, dissatisfied, but gave up and flipped through the papers he was holding.
どこまで話したんだった？
壁法の生徒を刺した男の家族の証言。
ああ。男の家族が警察に駆けつけてきた時の第一声は、息子が人を刺すなんてありえないではなく、息子が外出するなんてありえないだったそうだ。猟奇殺人が起こった日も絶対に家から出ていないと言っている。
Kuno Sato looked upward for a second, as if lost in thought.
その証言、信用してもいいとは思うな。男の作っているイカれたページが事件のあった時刻に更新されているし、まあそれが偽装と言い切れなくもないが、精神鑑定は？
相変わらず救世主がどうのこうのと繰り返している。
メガロマニアか。
Kuno Sato frowned as if she was annoyed.
イラストレーターは2007年頃何をしていた？
ん ?2007 年はまだ地方だ。九州だな。
確かか？
ああ。2008年末に東京に越してきて、その時高校で傷害の犯人と一緒になった。
なるほど。当てが外れたな。連れたのは結局結界説なんかの妄想に逃げ込む奴らだけか。
Suddenly she leaned back in her chair, seemingly bored.
結局そいつらは猟奇殺人に関しては白だったか。単なる歴史シールの模倣犯の可能性が高いな。
模倣犯？
アリバイが確立している以上、まあある程度だが、事件との直接のつながりは薄い。間接的につながるとしたら歴史シールに関することだけ。原作と絵に分かれていたということは、絵を描くのはイラストレーターの方だったんだろう。歴史シールが最初に発見されたのは2007年頃の東京だが、その頃そいつは九州にいた。漫画で芽が出ず、承認欲から悪ふざけで歴史シールの作者を名乗り、お互いに精神を病んで、片方は持ち前の画力を生かして歴史シールに取りつかれ、もう片方は物語でも書いているつもりでそれを妄想のネタにした。無論確証のない推測だが、どの道すぐにわかる。それよりも
What was more concerning was the fact that the man hadn't left his room for years. Would he really leave it just because he had learned about a bunch of stickers appearing? And that was where the illustrator was kept. During the New Generation Madness, there were rumors that the hospital was involved with a certain religious organization that was connected to that particular case. and it was also supposedly related to SafeWorks, a company involved with the restoration work that had resulted in security cameras all over
俺は正
town.
直半信半疑だぞ。こんないたずら書きみたいなシールが事件に関係しているなんて。
なら安心しろ。明日は別口だ。
Kuno Sato opened up a file she had saved on her PC.
これは
明日、壁法の新聞部と対談を行う渡部の記事だ。
お前が影で接触して炎上を煽ったあのネット記者か。
ああ。
She nodded and then opened up a picture of the photo of the sumo sticker that was taken at the scene. She then lined it up against the one in the article. Shinjo stared at it for a moment and then he realized.
表情が違ってる？
渡部は今回のこと以外でも様々な現場に潜入しては大量のスクープ画像をものにしている。その数があまりにも多いため、一部の人間が捏造だと言って専門家たちに調査を求めた。渡部は快く応じ、その結果画像には一切改ざんの跡は見られなかった。
Shinjo figured out what she was trying to say. No way, he whispered to himself.
明日、有村に確認させる。もしそうであれば。楽しい文化祭になるかもしれないな。
Exhausted from all the work I had been doing, I decided to use one of the meal tickets I had been given. I headed for the cafeteria, but then I realized I had never used the cafeteria before and had no idea how it worked. There were a lot of loud groups that ate there, and I didn't like it. In the end, I gave up. Instead, I decided to go into the courtyard to check on something I had thought about. The wind chimes had been set up for the Restoration Festival, and the wishes that were tied to them. Arimura-san had said that was a secret, but I was interested in seeing what she had written down. Maybe I would get a clue as to who she really was. I tried to find her name among the huge number of wind chimes. There were no clappers inside the chimes. With so many wind chimes, if there had been some there, they would have made an incredible noise. I saw several other messages as I searched. Please let everyone be happy. Please don't let anyone be sad. There were a lot of platitudes like that. And then I found it. Arimira Hinae. It was just a single line.
本当のことが見つかりますように。
What did that mean? The truth about the earthquake? No, there was no truth to be found. An earthquake was an earthquake. There was an urban legend that the earthquake had been caused artificially, but there was no way that could be true. What had she meant when she had written this? I turned around and saw a familiar face.
もうどこ行ってたの？ずっと探してたんだよ。電話しても繋がらないし。
My heart raced a little when I heard that.
だからスマホは落としたんだって。お前も知ってるだろ。
そっか。
I had dropped my phone at AH Tokyo General Hospital and still didn't have it back. No, I was probably never going to get it back. They had it now. The two of them that I had seen in the pictures on the board in the club room. Of course, I had filed out the paperwork to have it shut off already. The phone itself was locked, so if they tried to use it anyway, it should wipe itself. So they probably wouldn't be able to see what was inside. But still, the idea of someone else, particularly someone else connected to the case, having my phone wasn't a pleasant one.
新しいの買った方がよくない？
まあ、そうなんだけどさ。
I had spent the whole day reaching into my pocket and being surprised to find that it wasn't there. Only now that was gone did I realize how much I depended on my phone. It was probably a good idea to do what she said and go buy a new one, but that phone was...
なんでもない。それより何か用か？
そうだった。とにかく大変なんだよ。
Actually, she had looked like she was in a big hurry a moment ago.
だから何が？
だからね、とにかく来て。
I was dragged off again. I had lost count of how many times that had happened today.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様ケロン。
Those voices were from my class's project, the Garo Froggy Cafe. After they said their lines, my classmates all started to do some kind of strange dance. They were making a video that would be displayed in the center of the cafe.
だからオリジナルのゲロカエルは喋らないんだって。
Normally, I would have been forced to spend the day recording them. But since I had to help the student council, I had been temporarily released.
で、これがどうしたんだ？
なんか壊れちゃったみたいなの、カメラ。
え
？She pointed to the camera that I had set up.
音が出ないんだよ。それでみんな困ってて。
Sarika's tiny finger reached out and hit the play button. She was right. There was no sound from the camera.
変だな。今朝確認した時にはちゃんと。
I decided to start by checking the camera settings. Oh, so that was it.
これ、誰かが設定いじっただろ。
のかな。
音声出力がスピーカーじゃなくなってる。
I called up the right setting and changed the output method. When I switched it over, I suddenly heard a loud laughter and yells coming from the speaker. Sarika smiled. I felt a little relieved. If they hadn't been able to take the video, who knows what the rest of the class would have said about me.
皆さん、カメラ直りましたよ。撮影しますね。
It was never broken though.
じゃあ始めんぞ、カメラっ子。
はい、大丈夫です。どうぞ。
Since I was a camera expert, I was put in charge of the filming. What a pain in the ass. I don't want to have anything to do with this crap.
じゃあ行くぞ。せーの。
The loud music started to play again, and they all began to dance. But then they weren't happy with the result. First, someone messed up the choreography, then they wanted to change their positions. It went on and on. I only felt like doing a good job the first few times. They said it was a promotional video, but it was really just a rip-off of something they had seen on Nikonia. No matter what I did, it wasn't going to turn out right. But they were still smiling as they danced.
何がそんなに楽しいんだろうな。
ごめん、間違えた。
もう、だからそこは右だって右。お箸持つ方よ、ゲロスケ。わかる？
I really didn't care. I hoped this would end soon.
タク、ダメだよ。顔に出てる。
じゃあお前が代わりにやってくれよ。
タクみたいにかっこよく撮れないもん。
おだてても無駄だぞ。
おだててなんていないよ。
Sir Ika gave an easygoing laugh, like she always did. Oh, fine, she seemed to say. And then...
ねえ宮代くん、今までの見れる？
Suddenly, a girl in a costume talked to me. What was her name? I felt like I had talked to her before.
見れますよ。
あれ？ちょっと音が悪くない？
このカメラのマイクって音楽録音用じゃないんだそうです、田中先輩。
Tanaka-san, so that was her name. Sir Ika was amazing. I was in the same class and I didn't even know her name.
ふーん。ありがとう。あ、そういえばさ、新聞部ワタヤンと対談するって本当？
Oh, Watayan.
ニコニアの渡部さんのことですか？本当ですけど。
やっぱマジなの？ちょっとマジだって。
え？
Well, why is she bringing everyone over here? And suddenly I was surrounded.
マジかよ、すげえじゃん。
対談って何すんの？
さあ、よくわかんないんですけど。
Tanaka-san seemed surprised.
え？あの動画のことじゃないの？
I was surprised. Even Tanaka-san knew about it.
てかさ、新聞部っていまいち目立ってないけど、実はすごかったりする？
そんなことは。
If they're having an interview with Watayan, then that means Tanaka-san started to say, and everyone started listening to her. Oh, what the hell is going on? I know that Kazuki's classmates and Arimura-san had talked about it, but I didn't expect my own class to get this excited. Is talking to Watabe that special?
つかよ。んなことよりもう一つの噂。お前、あれってマジなん？
え？
Other rumor.
川原と殴り合ったって。
I almost reached for my cheek, but managed to stop myself.
はあ？マジで？
あ、そういえば少し腫れてる。
A chorus of wait, how, and why began. Guys, calm down. What is going on here?
すげえな、宮代。お前喧嘩なんかすんの？
いや、喧嘩ってわけじゃ。
で、あれだろ、宮代。川原ってことは女帝と関係あんだろ？
いや、まあそうですけど。
え、何それ何それ。もしかしてノノの取り合い？マジ？かっこいい
じゃん。I can't take this anymore.
あ、タク？
I went out to the hallway as
Stream
the girls
elements.
started to talk about
Set.
romance.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I leaned up against a wall and sighed. I could hear people in the classroom asking where I had gone. My head hurts.
タク、大丈夫？
Sarika poked her head out of the classroom. I waved a hand and told her I was fine. And then...
人気者になったね、タク。
Sarika was smiling. I had no idea what she was so happy about.
お前な。
They were just talking about my interview with Watabe and my argument with Kawahara-kun because it was a good excuse to get excited and have fun.
気づいた？
何が？
呼び方、カメラっ子から宮代になってたよ。
Did I?
宮代くん？
え
？Tanaka-san poked her head out from behind Sarika.
どうしたの？いきなり出てっちゃって。
そのトイレに。
あ、そっか。ごめん。
Tanaka-san scratched her cheek a little. She looked apologetic.
ごめんね。大事な対談とかあるのにダラダラしちゃって。ダンス次でちゃんと決めるから。
はい、私たちも可愛く撮りますから頑張ってください。
Sarika answered for me.
ありがとう。
As she turned to go back to the classroom, I found myself speaking to her.
田中さん。
何？
Why am I saying this?
踊りに使ってる曲の音源、後でもらえますか？
それはいいけど、なんで？
最初のセリフ以外は踊ってるだけですから、セリフと音楽を別にして映像に重ねます。それで綺麗な音にできると思います。
そんなことこれからできるの？ありがとう。じゃあそれで。ごめん。トイレ早く行ってきて。
She ran back into the classroom, excited. That made me nervous. I feel so tired. Serica waved her cell phone strap at me happily. It made the same strange sound it always did.
だから何が嬉しいんだよお前。
タクがね、やる気になってるから。
別にそういうわけじゃない。ただ。
ただ
Even if it was cliché, for a moment I thought this whole school festival thing might not be so bad after all. I opened the lid on my Mountain View and took a big gulp. My head finally felt clear. Mountain View really was the water of life. By the time I had finished helping with the setup for the cafe and the other things the student council had needed me for, it was night. The air of the roof was a little cool on my skin. But still, all the preparations weren't finished, and the student council, including me and the other helpers, had been running around the whole time. I might end up having to stay the night.
勘弁してほしいよな。まったく。
何が？
そりゃいくら文化祭だからって何も泊まってまで。
お疲れ様。
クルス？
For a moment I doubted what I was seeing, but it was definitely Kurusu.
何やってんだよ。怪我は大丈夫なのか？
いやだ、あんまり重病人扱いしないでほしいわね。
But I could see her face twisted just a little in pain. Of course, she was stabbed only 2 days ago. Even I knew that she should be staying in bed.
重病人扱いも何も重病人だろ。寝てなきゃダメじゃないか。
Whenever me or the other kids got sick or hurt, Kurusu was always the one to say, "Don't push yourself too hard. It's okay to rely on the people around you." When I told her that, she chuckled.
覚えてるのね。
She seemed a little happy.
気になって少し様子を見に来ただけ。しっかりやってくれてるみたいで、ちょっと安心した。
大丈夫だよ。サボるわけないだろ。
勘弁してくれって言っていたのに。
それは。
Kurusu smiled as she enjoyed watching me choke on my words.
はい、これ。
Kurusu handed me a small bag. It was a handmade from felt. Back when I still lived with her, Kurusu had made one for me, Yui, Yudo, and herself, in each a different color. Where had I put mine? Come to think of it.
お弁当。あなたのことだから、どうせご飯もちゃんと食べてないんでしょ？
作ってきたのか？
おにぎりくらいだけどね。
She didn't have time to make anything more, she said. Oh, what was she thinking? Why would she do that when she was injured? I sat down and opened the bag, and there was a little lunchbox inside. There were 2 big rice balls, a lightly pan-fried hot dog, and some tamagoyaki. She was right. None of that was particularly hard to make.
バランスとか全然で悪いけど。 どうしたの？
いや、いただきます。
I suddenly felt really embarrassed. I decided to try and hide it by taking a big bite out of the rice ball. It was a taste I hadn't experienced in a while, and it was one I used to enjoy all the time.
ねえ、今日のこと聞いてもいい？
Kurusu waited for me to finish, then gently asked me. I looked up and saw that at some point she had started staring up at the stars.
今日一日何があったのか知りたいの。朝から何があって、あなたがどういうことをしていたのか。
生徒会の手伝いだよ。知ってるだろ。
具体的に聞きたいのよ。あなたの口から直接。
She turned toward me. She seemed very serious about this. I didn't really know what she was thinking, but I felt like I had to give her a real answer.
和樹の手伝いをした。
和樹の？
うん。クラスの展示に使うパーツを運んでほしいって。
そう。和樹喜んでた？
多分。ああ、そういえばスルメくれた。
そう。他には？
有村さんに知らないクラスのパンフレット作りを手伝わされた。
有村さん？
Her eyes narrowed just a little. Arimura-san was involved in the case, so she probably didn't want me talking to her.
大丈夫だよ。本当にパンフを作らされただけだから。
そう。それだけなのね。
To be honest, I had tried to talk to her a little about the case, but if I told Kurusu that, she would get worried. So I didn't.
それで、他には？あなたのクラスはどうなの？ゲロカエルン喫茶だったかしら？
ああ、それはなんとか形になったみたいだけど。
あなたが映像の担当なんでしょ？
Oh, yeah, I nodded.
もうほとんど終わってて、残りは明日の朝。映像はもうできてるから、それに音楽を載せるだけなんだ。
朝で間に合うの？
十分だろ。
And honestly, I hadn't expected to be working until the morning of the festival.
でも、今日は泊まり込みになるんでしょ？
Kurusu talked as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I almost couldn't believe it.
毎年こんなに忙しかったのか？文化祭って。
I had never participated, so I had no idea that everyone was doing all this work.
まあね。でも今年は特別。復興祭も近いし、初めての3学年揃っての文化祭だから。
そっか。
We third-year students have been the first class at Hekiho Academy. This would be the first year that all 3 grades had a full class at the school.
もう一日中バタバタしすぎて、わけがわかんなかったよ。
I had been forced to carry so much stuff that I was getting muscle cramps, and then it was one problem after another. Talking to new people always made me nervous, and I had to do that a bunch of times. I was really tired.
何?
Kurusu saw me thinking back on the day's events and smiled.
それで？それで、あなたはどう感じたの？
How did it feel?
大変だったよ。
それだけ？
It was like she could read my mind. Damn it. I felt just a little awkward as I spoke.
あのさ。
ええ。
うちのクラスとか結構いいやつもいた。
そうなんだ。
うん。明日の渡部との対談楽しみにしてるって。
そう。
あとカメラっ子って言っていたやつが宮代って。
うん。どう？タクル。
何が？
She looked like a mother giving a present to a young child.
事件なんか追わなくても結構楽しいものでしょ？
それは。
I tried to deny it, but I couldn't. I see. Kurusu had come all this way, even though she was hurt, just to say this to me.
タクル、帰ってくる気にはなれない？父さんもユイもユウトもそれを望んでる。特にユイがね、あなたがお風呂掃除をしていなかったってうるさいの。
I could imagine it. Yui was like a mini Kurusu. The woman definitely had the upper hand in that household.
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して。帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。タクル。
ごちそうさま。
I put the lunchbox back in the bag, stood up, and handed it to Kurusu. Then I headed toward the door.
わかった。考えてみるよ。
そう、よかった。
I could hear Kurusu's footsteps as she tried to catch up to me. But the next moment...
クルス。
I heard a small moan and I turned around. Kurusu had crumpled to the ground, holding her stomach.
おい、クルス！
平気。大丈夫。
She was trying to force herself to smile, but there were thick drops of sweat on her forehead.
大丈夫じゃないだろ。
ごめんなさい。
とにかく帰るんだ。タクシー呼ぶから。
I let her lean on my shoulder as we hurried to the front gate as quietly but quickly as possible.
青葉 E までお願いします。
I got her loaded inside the taxi and told the driver where to go.
タクル。さっきのこと考えておいて。
Fine, I get it. I moved away so I could shut the door.
タクル。ありがとう。
何が？
何がだろうね。
The door closed and the taxi disappeared down the road. Usually everyone called her the Empress, and she acted like my big sister. Now she looked weak as if I was the big brother and she was the little sister.
あ、そうだ、ユイ。
I remembered Yui when I thought of little sisters. I needed to send her a message about Kurusu. I put my hand into my pocket and once again realized that my phone wasn't there. Damn it. How many times had this happened today? I would have to ask Sir Ika.
宮代？え？川原くん。
Oh no. Did he see Kurusu here?
何かあったのか？あ、いや、そうじゃありませんけど。そうか。
From the way he was acting, he probably didn't see her, right? If he had seen her, he wouldn't be acting this way. He would probably blame me for putting too much strain on Kurusu and hit me again.
ほら。
Kawahara-kun tossed something at me. I almost dropped it, but managed to grab it at the last second. It was a can of coffee.
飲めよ。いや、でも泊まり込みになるからな。はあ、どうも。
He opened another can for himself and took a drink, then looked around the courtyard. There were stalls lined up, each covered in flashy decorations. All the preparations were finished around here.
クルスが来れないって分かった時はどうなるかと思ったけど、なんとか形になりそうだな。
Morier said, I'm still here just enjoying the stream.
Thank you very much for the lurk, Mora. I am glad you're enjoying it. And lurkers are always welcome, of course. Whoa, what was going on? Kawahara-kun kept glancing over at me as if he was waiting for the right moment to say something. Eventually, he took a big sip of his coffee and said,
悪かったな。え？
He pointed to my cheek. I knew he was talking about hitting me.
いえ、悪かったのは僕ですから。
He began to speak hesitantly. Actually, you see...
あの日の次の朝、クルスから電話があったんだ。できればお前に謝ってほしいっつってな。そんなの気にすることないですよ。まあな。そりゃそうなんだけどよ。
Kawahara-kun sighed, stretched, and leaned up against the school gate.
癖かもな。小学生の時からあいつは委員長っつうか、いつもリーダーみたいなことやってたからな。小学生の時からあんなだったんですか。
Both Kurusu and Kawahara-kun went to the same public elementary school. I had gone to a different, private one.
とにかく面倒見が良くてな。みんなあいつのこと好きだったよ。特に俺とあともう一人。地震で死んじまったけど、南沢ってやつはいつもクルスと一緒にいた。3人でよくつるんでたんだよ。へえ。知ってるか？あいつ小学校の頃は毎年リレーの選手だったんだぜ。え？
I was really surprised. She didn't seem to be that bad at sports, but she certainly didn't seem to like them. She couldn't do a spin on the horizontal bar. He must have found my reaction funny because Kawahara-kun continued in a more upbeat tone.
あの地震で大怪我してな。今はそうでもないけど、しばらくは歩くのさえ大変そうにしてたんだ。
I had had no idea. When I had woken up the year after the earthquake, I hadn't seen any sign of that. She had probably gone through a lot of hard rehab while I had been in a coma.
その影響で運動はほとんどしなくなった。一度だけ運動部に誘ったんだが断られたよ。そうだったんですか。
There was a moment of awkwardness. I didn't know what to do. Come to think of it, I had never talked with Kawahara-kun like this before.
文化祭盛り上げられるだけ盛り上げようぜ。あいつから任されたんだからな。
Kawahara-kun turned away from me and walked back into the school building.
そうか。
I realized that he had been acting weird all day because he was waiting for a chance to apologize. These sumo sticker memes will have you dying. A collection of the stupidest memes for the sumo stickers that are appearing in Shibuya. What's a sumo sticker? A mysterious sticker that started appearing in Shibuya around 2007. No one knows who put them up or why. They are about 20 by 15 centimeters with a design like two overlapping faces. They have 3 eyes, 2 noses, and 2 mouths. They're called sumo stickers because the face looks like that of a fat man, but no one knows what they really are. Call me Mr. Sumo Sticker. Don't call me a sumo sticker. Totally sumo. Nom nom. Now I'm getting excited. I slid here. I danced with hard luck. Those who put their feet in the ring have danced with hard luck. Make peace with a sumo wrestler, it says. There's even Vocalo songs about them. The boss tells me to put the stickers up with a cannon, but amazingly, the song hit 1 million views only a day after release due to an article on the sumo stickers published web journalist Tomoaki Watabe at the same time.
So れじゃあ消すよ。思った以上に暗くなるね。
大丈夫か？
多分。じゃあみんなおやすみ。
はいよ、おやすみ。
何も見えない。椅子どこ？あ、花ちゃん、蹴っちゃった。ごめん。そこが花ちゃんってことは、こっちに。
What was that? An elbow?
ごめん、しんちゃん。
何が？
僕だ、僕。
もうどこがどこだか。なんか落ちた。
もういい。電気。いや、カーテン開けろ、カーテン。
オッケー。いやー、小指、足の小指ぶつけた。
Come back here. A dim light poured in from outside. I could see the outlines of the room. Come back here. Dabba 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 dab. Come back here. I had no idea what the hell Sarika had done, but she was rubbing her head and her pinky toe simultaneously.
ねえ、これでも寝られるよね。
こんなことならもう少し片付けておけばよかった。
It was almost a new day. Since everybody had to be at a meeting early, I had ended up staying at school after all. But since there were no beds, we had to sleep on our desks.
なあ、好きなやつとかいるの？
ん？
何？
お前に聞いてねえよ。女子2人。
Where did this come from?
いいからよ。いるのか？尾上。
私？みんな好きだよ。
そういうんじゃなくて。いや、いい。和樹は？
Don't try to sleep and eat dried squid at the same time.
じゃあ、ファーストキスはいつだ？
まだだよ。しんちゃんはいつなの？
まあいい。夜の学校にお泊まりというイベントをお前ら相手に期待した俺が愚かだった。
あ、そうだ、忘れてた。目覚まし5時でいいよね。
She fiddled with her smartphone as she talked.
あれ、花ちゃんどうしたの
Was that Hana's voice? I've never heard her laugh before. Wait, what was so... Wait a second.
尾上の顔か？
なんで変なの私の顔。
The light from the phone screen lit up Sarika's face in the darkness like a horror movie. She must have been waving her hand because it would appear, then disappear, then reappear again.
どういうツボだよ。
I couldn't help but agree with him. Did she love horror, or did she look like an enemy character in an MMO?
私の顔っておかしいの
Kazuki burst out laughing as Sarika moved closer to her. What's so funny? What's so funny? Sarika said as she moved closer. Then, for some reason, they started to tickle each other.
仲がよろしいことで。
A lot had happened today, and they were all new experiences to me.
事件なんか追わなくても結構楽しいものでしょ。
Maybe I could.
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。
If I wanted to, I could go back to the orphanage and live the same life as everyone else. Or could I?
Mm. こら、逃げちゃダメ。
Hey, stop screwing around and sleep, girls. Why do girls like to touch each other so much? It's not like you guys are lovers. Stop it. Ito and I are right next to you. Don't forget that. Ito took out his phone. The LCD screen lit up.
どうした？
忘れてた。そろそろ0時だぞ。
あ。
Ito stood up and started to fiddle with the club's PC.
はい。2015年10月10日0時になりました。皆様、ようこそいらっしゃいませ。K さんと申します。
I heard a familiar voice.
今日の夜は少し冷え込んでいますね。着実に秋が到来しているようです。いかがお過ごしでしょうか。さて、本日放送の機会を設けさせていただいたのは、聞いてくださっている皆様ならもうご存知ですね。本日10月10日は6年前にヴァンパイアと呼ばれた事件が起きた日付です。
She's right. I completely forgot. Today's October 10th. Somewhere in Shibuya, probably in the next 24 hours, someone will... No, I was just thinking about this. I can live the same life as everyone else, so I can just forget about the case.
電話？んだよ、こんなと。
Ito froze as he looked at the phone.
しんちゃん？
これまでの経緯を。
Oh, look at that. It's a raid. Hello, friends. Hello, Lady Aranea. How are you guys doing? Were you having fun playing whatever game you were playing? For those who don't know me, my name is Jade, and I am a unicorn turtle. I might be slow, but we get there at some point, right? And we all have a little bit of magic in us.
Look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel.
We're just playing something called Chaos Child, and it is a mix of a sort of high school drama thing mixed with some murder.
LDY said, Hi. We finished Black Flag and moved on to Freedom Pride.
Oh, Assassin's Creed. I see. Hopefully you are winning in Freedom City as well. You obviously won in Black Flag if you finished it. Very cool. Her voice suddenly vanished. Ito had muted it. His hands were shaking a little.
Oi. Yabe. Nanda, kore?
I don't know what's going on. Who's calling you? So he just got a phone call and he's acting all weird.
電話。お前からだ。
Oh. Well, see, our phone kinda got dropped somewhere, and yeah, so that's not actually us. It took me a minute to understand what he was saying. Wait, but how did they unlock the phone? Then he showed me the screen.
だから、これ見ろ。
The screen read Miyashiro Kakuru. Yeah, those guys have the phone. How did they unlock it?
なんだよ、これ。
My phone was locked. No, wait. I called the company and had them shut down. Yeah. So it shouldn't even be off.
どうするんだよ、これ。なあ。
I don't know what to do. Should I ignore it? I promised Kurusu that I would give up the case. No, wait. Is now really the time for that? My mind raced, but I couldn't come up with an answer. The next thing I knew, I had grabbed the phone from Ito and answered it. There was silence. As everyone held their breath and watched me, I put my ear up to the phone and heard nothing. All I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat. At some point, my breathing had become shallow and pained. I leaned against a nearby desk just to give myself some means of support. The person on the other end of the phone said nothing. What do I do? What do I do? Damn it. What the hell is going on? Say something, you idiot.
お前誰だ
My voice was shaking so much it was pathetic. Everyone was perfectly still as they watched. No good. I can't hear anything. Oh. Oh, fuck no. For those of you who weren't here earlier, that rhythmic knocking right there always happens right before somebody's about to get their shit shanked out of them. It's not a good knock. It's not a good knock at all. This is very, 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 very bad. That being said, it's 1800, so it's time to end for me. I know you guys just rated, but schedules are important, so unless somebody redeems the point redeem or pays me $18, that's it for today. So, stay safe, friends. And I guess I'll go ahead and do a raid since you guys did a raid. Maybe we'll just chain raid or whatever. That sounds like a plan, yeah? Yeah, sure. So feel free to copy the raid message, and maybe I will see you guys tomorrow for some more of this madness
Stream
here.
elements.